Teamwork, sir. You're highly welcome, sir. This is going to we will have together for this wonderful lecturer, Mr. Omampo Celeste. Mr. Omampo Celeste. You're highly welcome, sir. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, still I say if your hands are not to begin, with your hands together for Mr. Okerulan, any department lecturer, Mr. Okerulan, please everyone you are very welcome, with your hands together for him. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome Mr. Uche. Mr. Uche to do the recognition officially. To call our colleague Sancho Rosa. One NACOS. Alright, let us recognize our lecturer and here present. And please, our stars and mans, once we call you, we want you on this side of the divide, please. To free up more spaces for the students to come forward. Right now, let us recognize and invite to the line Mr. Oluku Arinze, lecturer in Computer Science Department. Round of applause, Mr. Oluku Arinze.
Highly welcome, sir.
Mr. Ihero is coming. Mr. Ihero Kochu, HND1 course advisor, Computer Science Department. Do we have HND1 students here? Appreciate your presence. Mr. Oluku Arinze is also here, a lecturer in the department.
You're highly welcome, sir.
We also want to invite to the high table Mr. NACOS Pascal. Mr. NACOS Pascal.
You're highly welcome. You're highly welcome.
We also invite Mrs. Anthony Lemade. These are the people that make the department tick.
Mommy, you're highly welcome. You're highly welcome, ma'am.
We also want to invite Mrs. Waziri Chiamaka.
Put your hands together,
Just come and meet us in the high level, please.
Wow. Mommy, you're highly welcome.
We also want to invite Mr. Omampo Celeste. Mr. Omampo Celeste, around
By the way, you're jumping together for Mr. Omampo Celeste.
We also want to invite to the high table Mr. Okerulan. Mr. Okerulan.
Anyway, you put your hands together for this wonderful man, for this wonderful lecturer. The lecturer is this way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the table is getting thicker. Now we want to invite some special people to join us in the high table too.
Yes.
Want to invite a very important personality in the department, the chief coach of the department, who also doubles as the evening program supervisor. Mr. Prince Sunday.
He's a wonderful man. No! Saying about my child, Abraham. Hang on, Baba. Sir, Iberola, after I will keep that something, young ball or anything. I'm going to go on Solomon Assembly now. And you'll be 500 or 300.
Also, we have another personality in the department, the FPNO Secretary General of the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, who also doubles as the weekend program supervisor of the department, Mr. Onyemachi Prince.
I tell you, anyway, jam your hands together for this wonderful man. Jam your hands together. You're welcome, sir. Wow. You're welcome, sir.
We want to recognize and appreciate if you are here, all the former HODs of the department. These are people that have worked tirelessly to bring this department to the current state where it is.
Because I can make a this night. Just
So we want to start from Mr. Igwe Steve, former HOD Computer Science. I think he's on the way. We also want to recognize Mrs. Victoria Oyedebo. A round of applause for Mrs. Victoria Oyedebo on the way. We also want to recognize Dr. Mrs. C.A.N. Wachubu, former HOD Computer Science. A round of applause. And we also want to recognize the Emeritus Head of Department Computer Science in the person of Mr. Opera CC. He's already at the item. Welcome, sir. While we await the Dean of Student Affairs and also the Dean School of Industrial and Business was here a while ago and stepped out for an important meeting, we want to invite the mother of the department to the platform. A woman who has passion for the job she does. She is no other person than the current head of Department Computer Science, and the students have us to give her a standing ovation as we work with Dr. Mrs. Ichoma Emagi.
My mother is here. Yeah, Mommy. Oh, Maggie. Come on, it's my mother. It's my mother. Mommy, you're very welcome. Mommy, you're very welcome. You're very welcome.
While we were introducing other staff, some other staff popped in, so we want to recognize and invite to the high table Dr. Ken Agoha. Dr. Ken Agoha, we are not lecturing the department. We also have another colleague sitting down, Mr. Agowa, of the department.
You are highly welcome, sir.
High table. Now hand over to the man of the moment, just step in.
Ladies and gentlemen, if your eyes are too busy, let's together for this wonderful man.
The head of the program, Dr. Olajuwon Saidi. Welcome to
welcome, sir. You are highly welcome, sir.
We hand over to the ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Sir. Let's go straight to opening prayer.
All right, DJ, find a worship song for us before we finish this. Yes, sir, we are going to right song. Manage not your faith. Without him, we are nothing. We according to his word, we are nothing without God. Without God, it's the ultimate definition of my life. The beginning and the end, the ancient of days, not the brother of Judah. Father, we welcome you. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, today, I want you to go. In front of me, we want to welcome you. Welcome your God the way you want now.
All right, now, DJ. All right, DJ. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give the mic to the God, the man of God, and we lead us in the opening prayer, some prayers.
Put your hands together now. Hallelujah. Shall we be on our feet? Honor the Heavenly Father. Before I pray, I want you to understand that we are not created to give God thanks.
and everything about you should be to give God thanks. Jesus, before he arrived in the grave of Lazarus, even in that challenge and in that circumstance, before he prayed and wake Lazarus up, he raised up his hand and said, Father, I thank you. And that should be your attitude every day as you leave also this earth. An attitude of thanks. In Jesus' name we pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this birthday. We thank you because we're not more righteous than those that have done. We thank you because our standing here is because of your mercies. We live in our houses down to this place. It's not because we are too righteous, not because we are too faithful, not because we are too holy, but you've given us mercy. You've shown us mercy. And that grace to be alive today has been shown to us. All to return all glory, all honor, all adoration back to you in the name of Jesus. Father, we gather here not for fun fair. No, we are going to have a little fun, but we are here for an important business. To add value to our career, to add value to the things we do as computer scientists. But I pray that our gathering here will not be in vain. But at the end of this program, every lecturer, every student, as we step out, we are stepping out for an additional value in the name of Jesus. Father, the organizers of this event, and us let's go to have eventually, and all member of staff who is contributing one thing or the other to make this program a success. Grant them adequate strength, wisdom, and understanding. In Jesus' name we pray. Those who are still on their way, yet to be here, Father, we pray. Grant them journey mercies down to this place. As we go back at the end of this program, no pitfalls. Stop us on the way. In the name of Jesus. In Jesus' mighty name. Put your hands together for more. And ladies and gentlemen, let's be on our feet as we take the national anthem. DJ, we are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, respect Nigeria. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you very much. I will, I'm not saying this. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to announce the president and also do this double recognition to the chairman of today's occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of today's occasion remains the former HOD of this noble department, Mr. C.C. Obara. Once again, put your hands together for me. You're welcome, chairman. I want to still stand under the existing protocol to recognize another person who are going to work with officially that will be introducing other things to do. But before I do that teaching, with few seconds, let's have music interlude as we are getting ready to have the welcome address by the NACOS president. Teacher, are you ready? Let's go there. No time. Before the welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize Advocate Obana Barnabas. You'll be working with two of us to introduce the president. After that, We'll tell you what that is. But before then, we'll have cola on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, let us do presentation of cola now first.
Hey, President, what are you? President.
Come and present cola for us.
President, what are you?
Let's do the tradition. Present cola for us, cola.
What NACOS? No NACOS? Always you leave or say, punch, and I look again.
Camera gun got state high.
Igbo si on biko omenala Igbo si ekele
Shift to
na nke mbụ aga m dịka onye isi ụmụ akwụkwọ nke kọmputa sayensị.
Is it our sign? How people are responsible? Only so I'm going to come.
Dịka onye isi ụmụ akwụkwọ nke kọmputa sayensị, aga m ele onye isi ọgbakọ a bunye ya oche n'aha ya bụ Maazị CC Ọbara.
Put your hands together for my praise Lord. Is there a man?
All NACOS, fellow Nigerian students, my colleagues seated here with me, and every one of you. Take President NACOS, I'm going to use vernacular because scholar also recognize any other language except the one they presented. So the question is that and as the president of NACOS, he has presented as a sign of micro. Now, lecturers and all the students seated here, I receive this scholar on your behalf. We are going to move straight and then press it and start meeting it. Anybody from Nekede here? We now start for students. Okay. Because actually, you are the host community. You can go to watch it. Because it's I was now.
Go to NACOS. Go to NACOS. Nigeria should get what is great NACOS? Go to NACOS. And the lecturers no more schools. Present this school. I'm not there. I'm not I'm looking at any time. I'm looking at I'm looking at my mind. I got a normal. Like this, I don't want to be no one against mine. Jesus. Put your hands together for him. Negative with a fire.
Bless the scholar. MC.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Please, the ushers. Do justice to that. Share the color. But before them, sir, people were ready. When they did not have the department, but enter that one. Thank you. So please, the ushers, shall we go now? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, no time. Let's start officially now. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, before we welcome the president of this department to say his welcome address, we will not be the ones to do it. But with this honor, I want to welcome Mr. Barnabas Operasi, the advocate, that is the ICT assistant, ICT director. Welcome the president. Put your hands together for him. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Upon the greatest Nigerian students, upon the greatest Nigerian students, the chairman, sir, here today, sir. HOD, thank you very much for being here, man. Members of the staff, thank you for being here. The Nigerian students, thank you for being here. It's a privilege for me today to make welcome. The person who was actually going to give us the welcome address. And that's no other person than the one-time director of socials of the National Association of Computing Students, Federal Polytechnic, NACOS, a man of capacity, and he doubles down. He was then the director of socials, and today, by the grace of God, he happens to be the 001 of the National Association of Computing Science Students, NACOS chapter. As we stand and we jam our hands together as we welcome the 01 for his speech.
Now, this is just one more time. Computer science. You are welcome. Your Excellency, sir. You are welcome.
One NACOS. One NACOS. No NACOS. Upon the greatest Nigerian students, greatness Guru, greatness Baba. I want to now. I am permitted to the proceedings. I said I didn't want to relate. Greatest programmers, all protocols truly and fundamentally observed. Welcome address by the NACOS president, members of the management present, HOD Computer Science Department, in the person of Dr. Mrs. Ichowa Emmanuel, staff advisor, the program coordinator, my wonderful lecturers, my executives, and my fellow students. Good afternoon to you all. Thanks to each and every one of you for being here today with us in this first day of NACOS Week program titled SUBNET2021, which simply means sustaining a better Nigerian economy through technology in a post-COVID era. We are all pleased to be able to welcome those of you that have been with us in the department for years now, and also those of you who are new to the department. Despite the heat of the COVID-19, we say welcome to you all. Just before we get started, I would like to express my gratitude to all the members of the management present, staff, and my fellow students who generously helped us make this very event come true. I say you all are super wonderful. NACOS conference is exceptional and sometimes annual program. But the first to be organized by the current executives of the republic. Aim for birds for this very program is to acquire knowledge in various fields of interest. The digital HOT of computer science department with her digital staff and also the digital executives have decided to start
Thank you. Just before I hand over the microphone to the HOD, just listen carefully as I read the citation of the HOD. In Agombra. She has given more than 25 years of service. She's studying computer science, Federal Polytechnic, Nagada, Owerri, Imo State. Currently, the head ICT Forum for African Women in Education. At Federal Polytechnic Owerri, she developed many unique academic teaching skills, programs, and articles that relied on the impact of emerging technologies on ICT. She served as the thinking program coordinator for computer science department for about 6 years. She served as co-chairman, secretary, and member of various committees in the institution. She has written and presented papers at national and international conferences and has to accredit papers published in both local and international journals. Dr. Mrs. Ijeoma Imagi is the author, co-author of various books in computer science, to mention but a few: Introduction to OO Basic Programming, Computer and Computer Society, Computer Applications, Data Communications and Networks, Computer Packages 2, and Economics, etc. Dr. Mrs. Ijeoma Imagi studied at various universities in Nigeria, where she obtained the various degrees: BTech honors in mathematics and computer science, MSc in information technology, PhD in computer science. Dr. Mrs. Ijeoma Imagi has also attended many specialized certified courses and training with NIIT on SQL, Microsoft Certified Professional, FCP, Visual, with NDO.net, Digital Bridge Institution PDI Program Instructor, and the like. Some professional membership body that Dr. Mrs. Ijeoma Imagi belongs to are: she's a member of Nigerian Computer Society, NCS, a member of Computer Professionals of Nigeria, of Registration Council Nigeria, CPN. She is a member and currently serving executive of Nigerian Women in Information Technology, NIWIT, Imo State Chapter, to mention a few. Shall we put our hands together again as I hand over the microphone to her? Thank you very much.
Director of this institution, the other management team represented, immediate past secretary of the department, Colin Elder, my other colleagues of this same department of computer science. Welcome you, I welcome you. Thank you very much for being here with us to do our thing. It's our thing. Students, you're all welcome. I allowed the Barnabas to take out that time to read all that because I want to encourage some of the young women, the girls, to be in tech. I want you to hear the little and the more of the women in the department has the height is gone. There are lots of them in the department, both studying outside and still in Nigeria. There are women of boldness and courage. So I learned while living that my children run away from the state, let them just go and pass and go and do some vocational activity. We're not saying those are wrong, but you have to be encouraged that because women have to be in tech. Men are already in tech, and you must remain in tech. Welcome address for this annual event. It's an annual event, is a tradition for NACOS to hold their week. Usually take about 2 to 3 days in a week to sit together like this and brainstorm on anything that has to do with ICT, computer science, information technology, and its like. And the semester was quite short. The executive members of NACOS were on their toes to make sure an event like this comes up. We are very sorry for that speedy one and the tight planning strategies we have. But somehow we are very encouraged. We are very to have this crowd sit and want to hear and have faith in us to say, okay, let us hear what they have to say. I promise you, you will not be disappointed. Thank you. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here with us today. We are pleased to be able to welcome those of you that has been with us a long time before now, and for those like new students, those are in the 1 and the 21, we are pleased to have you. I think some of you don't even know us, our faces. There are more of the lecturers that are viewing this event virtually, both nationally and internationally. And they are pleased to see your faces. And for those of you logging in from the background, you will get to see some of them over time because they will make some presentations at a time. Today marks our Students NACOS Week, SUBNET2021, and we are proud to be able to host it today here at this wonderful place. All of you, want to thank the rector that approved this event without even making an idea. When I went to him, the students want to see brainstorm and hear about the latest technology. What do you have to say? The rector just sits to the back of the desk, puts his right hand and being approved. And means that what we are doing, he loves. You know, they call him the smart rector, the digital rector. And he loves anything that has to do with this. Yes, we are at this place. Before we get started, I want to also express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously helped us to make this event come together. We are very grateful. At a very short time and allotted period, you made sure you got yourself registered for this event, even at a tight budget as well. We are very grateful for making this a success. The success of this was by me, not by others. It was all of you here today. And we say thank you. I will not, also, we wouldn't have done it without the technical members of this team, ranging from the NACOS executives, the general cost reps, the assessor reps, that painstakingly was on the event and got you registered, and the team, the protocol team at the end, registering you online, your right names and right working emails for your digital certificate of participation to the same thing as soon as we get done with this 3 days program. We are very grateful to, I can especially name I'm running together. It's Aoche, God bless you. It's all our staff. Mrs. Thomas Onyemechara, you were grateful. Now let's stop there because we have a lot of our presenters waiting for this to start digging into the purpose of this event. In today's gathering, I would like us all to realize that we all have chosen this department or have chosen to be part of this association due to the mutual passion of ICT and computer science. Your passions help us all and will help us all to unite. And the energy we create is what will allow us to achieve our individual goals as well as departmental and national goals. We need you as much as you need us. I hope you understand. We need you as much as you need us. Did I make myself clear? We are here because you are here. We are close. True or false? Thank you. We are grateful that we have to join and meet at this platform. During the next 3 days, you will be learning about the different initiatives through our planned activities, talk shows, seminar, software exhibitions, special workshops, where you'll be able to join in and get hands-on experience. I hope this will help you to grow more productive and smart in this chosen area of study. Well, I don't want to take too much of your time. I need to leave some time for other activities and introductions to come up. Thank you very much. You are all welcome. And the Dean of School of Science actually stepped out because we had an important meeting with the management. Very important. He was here at the front. Even the two of us were here sitting. But he took excuse and let them ask the representative to declare the event open. And at the time, I want to call on the MC or the NACOS advisor to please take this burden off my shoulder and invite that personality that will tell us, okay,
over to you, Mr. We are scaring to get to our height, keep clapping. Like the Dean of International Alliance was here, was and the representative of the Green while the legislature of the message. I want us to recognize it. He's an erudite scholar that every young person should look up to. You know, he doesn't know that he's my mentor from afar. Whenever I see this, I want to be like him when I grow up. He's no other person than Dr. Mbata. Can you put up your hands together? Put your hands together. Come and take over. Scholar. You just go to Sion.Mbata, search. What is Sion.Mbata? Search. I want to know who is standing before you. Search can able to assess what I do. I do small, but I am very strong, very, very strong. So as the HOD said, the team of the black said, he has the one stand on and he said I should wish you well. No, ICT accelerates the economy. Everything about this world, look at this movie now. Every economy is doing that, but ICT is going up. Everything is ICT. The entrepreneurship is ICT. Everything you do, ICT drives. As it was. So ICT drives important. So on behalf of the director of the National Advisors, the conference of the symposium
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to call the microphone officially to somebody that will be introduced now to all trainings we are going to have. Ladies and gentlemen,
I want to recognize Mr. Obi-Wan Christopher, the ICT Director. Put your hands together for him. Come now, introduce other items. We'll be backing you up. Thank you very much.
One NACOS. NACOS. From now on, we are moving into the main reason why we are here. I want to invite the first guest speaker that will be taking us on cybersecurity in the person of Dr. Virus.
Put your hands together for Dr. Virus.
Can I do it up, sir? The battle will be shared across students. Please log in and participate.
Honorable Anna is taking over the microphone. Thank you very much.
Great Nigerian students, all protocols people observe. My name is Comrade Admiral ABA Dr. Virus. 1.041, NACOS School State, lost from federal government. I really want to appreciate my lecturers, my HOD, Dr. Ijoma, and the former HOD, Dr. Obra, and other lecturers who made what I am today. If I wasn't humble and I want to level, I won't be here. By special reason, I'm the CEO of Tech Solution Nigeria. I'm a lecturer at Peace College of Education, and also I'm a instructor of the NYC and the State of Cyber Security. Okay, I'll take you on cyber security. Now, this is a little that we have in the society, and a lot of people keep complaining, my Facebook has been hacked, my account has been hacked, a lot of things have been hacked. And we keep asking ourselves how it can be done. And which is a result of these business guys that are so busy on the computer, this of anything. And I would like to tell you today that I'm going to tell you what we mean by cyber security and the way you can carry out yourself. Now, I'd like to define some terms. We all are hearing this every time, but we don't really know what it is. Before we have security, we have to have a crime that made us secure ourselves. So, cyber security. This is an unlawful activity that involves a computer and internet, which is the object of the crime to steal data or information. Now we need a computer and the system to carry out these projects. So that's why you see those guys, which we call, you know them. You don't know them? Okay, no problem. They will tell you they are very soon. They use computer and they use internet to carry out their activities, and that's why we call them cyber criminals. That's why they must have organized their day. And that came up in 2012, when there was a massive about 3 billion Yahoo users. Their accounts were hacked and made away with some information. And that's where that name Yahoo came from, because then it was Yahoo that was ready. So now here we have the lesson. Having known what cyber crime is about, the benefit of this cyber security. Just like physical security is aimed at protecting physical properties and people from criminal activity, cyber security protects the computer system and end users from cyber criminals, malicious insider, and others from unauthorized access, disrupting or modifying IT system and application. So the job is they are up to breaking or having unauthorized access to your private information. system using the internet. So here we will learn how possible ways we need to protect ourselves from these guys and possible ways of these guys carry out their activities. But now there are three names or three things we always identify these guys as. All we know is that they are good guys. But if you are one here, you know the category you belong to and end of this. Now we have the fraud. Is the intentional perversion of truth in order to use another to back something of value or surrender illegal rights. What those guys do here, or those who are fraudsters, what they do is to find a way to tell you something that seems to be truthful in order to get your detail or important information from you. Just like the link we have here. Access your phone with that link that we have before the public entity, my label that I don't have, I created a display. What you see there is like a real life bank. And what you see, sent your mail is telling you that you're a next of kin to social person and there's a huge amount of money there. We wish to notify you that those amount there and you need to find a way to catch up us and declare their bankers or officers of staff of the bank. And then when you see that kind of amount of money there, you be interested in it, and at the end of the day, they will tell you that we need to have a thing in order to activate this account and then draw the money. They will give you the account number, the password, and everything. And just have the table there. What we have is account number. So you can use that account number and other things to check. This is what I mean. So when you look there, you see the amount of money there, and you'll be interested. Wow, it's true. It's your name at the next of it there. And now it's how do you go about it? And they'll ask you, based on this amount of money, let's find a way to send out some things. And when you pay that money, hello. I hope you're with me. Okay. Now we have the second one, who are called identity theft. Is the illegal use of someone else's personal information in order to obtain or credit. Now, in of us, we kind of online dates, international dates, or something, and then you see a guy pretending to be a lady, and with a lot of PC guys. We guys, white people that you love something to combat, and then from one day, all right. And now we're interested to how do we meet? You might come back to this and rest of them, and they say yes. And there will be some people, persons that are pictures and rest of it, and they will upload it or send it to the person. The person will seem to believe that yes, they are like us. And they would like to send money for you to process your visa or whatever to enable you to come over or let's proceed with the chatting. And then the money goes. So these people are called identity theft. Their interest is using another person's detail or information to scam people. And then we have the phishing. Phishing is a scam by which an email user is looked into revealing personal, confidential, or login detail. Here, the greatest of phishing sites. I would like us, since we have our data, we can quickly log into this website. We have two websites. Some people can log into the trade.demos.xyz, and some can log into the other place. You can log into what you see there. Quickly log in. Website. Are we there? I think the first one of the demos, what we have there is something that looks like a payment gateway, where you need to make your payments. Are you there? If you are there, I would like you to just put in any information you like there. Submit any information of your choice. If I have access to trade demos, you will see the Facebook page. I would like you also to put any information on your Facebook account, please. Put any information and the password there and submit. Are we there? Okay, this is the one you just displayed is 1 0. Are you following there? Please. Are you able to access it? Hello. This is the sign. Just put any information and say you are putting your card in your card number. If you enter 500, so that you enter MasterCard, it is authenticated. And you put in 49 to think show you list of something. So when you put any information there, you submit. And now, please, you already have done it. Now we proceed. Submit. Then have you open up my email? Open the email. Project the email. Let me see. Project the email. Project the email. When you put the valid MasterCard, a good will tick. But if you put a wrong MasterCard, it will tick. So I just want to project the email for me. Like this is okay. The email I want you to project, you're going to see every input you have made will appear there. And therefore, if you have entered a right credit card detail, you will see everything appearing. And then, same thing with your Facebook. You can enter, okay, look at people who are nothing. This is credit card, new Facebook card. You have to put them, every one of it. Okay, somebody entered into that for a bank company. That's why I show you there. Just open one of it. And if you are here that you are the one that logged in, you see your username and password. So that's what happens to us. Many times they will send a link to you by email or text message telling you that change your Facebook security or there's something in your account, please update your account, please log into your Facebook account. Then we put your information, it's being sent to that girl, and then we'll put your password. So you need to be careful about it. So if you're the one that entered this, you'll see your details are appeared there. So let's proceed. Okay. Now, cybersecurity safety tips. Ways you need to protect yourself. One, if personal information private online, including the names of your family members, the numbers, and your address. Many times, whenever you see something upload on phone to you, all your information there. They will use it against you someday because when you want to receive a call or a text message telling you that you are so person from so place, your brother is this and this, and you get to believe, this person knows my maybe I'm not to the right. You need to be very careful. You need to be very careful. Information is provided online. Do not use the same platform. And a combination of letters, number, and symbol. This sort of password, including it, don't use a marker 1, 2, 3 as your password. You can ask for the rest of it. When your phone, when you not use, because that's also a trick that goes on now. That I want to get your pattern of your phone. I will set up what we call agency record on my phone. When you put your pattern on my phone, my passport, your phone will unlock. You survive to see that magic. Are you with me? Hello? Hello? The moment you try to put in your pattern lock on my phone, you are expecting to see your own phone open. I'll tell you 3 times. The moment I'm doing it, at the end of the day, I will go through my data and see the pattern in the front there. And they say, pattern to drop in the system. You need to learn the pattern. On my comment, I'll take your from the pattern. Don't share your personal information without knowing exactly who is at the same time. You should always learn about the next thing. Of course, we will see the plenty of compliance and rest of it. Need to be careful. And we have the most organization, banks and investing company. It is you don't ask for personal information. So write it down. So that's why you can tell that they are successful bank and they need to have your details for what? No. If a bank must call you to tell you that they're calling for access, the moment you go to that issue will appear on the system the moment they put in your account number or your PIN and they don't tell you what to do. But if they start learning online, you need to provide the ATM number, you need to provide the cross verify. Please run for your airline. Okay, make sure that you change your password often, at least 90 days, and avoid dictionary words. Always check your password regularly because the moment you know who decide we have to and share it. You always have these are the rest of forms. Some of the applications that are infected by virus. However, when you and then number 3, look up the
You know, Megan, here, the more you look, the less. In the next 2-3 weeks, put it the final exam. I am going to the or DS. I think it's on HSD1. What are big boys and big girls when they in your office? That's okay, man. Can't put on it. So I'm not hooking up this all day.
we might have no Right. One of experts. There's not anything that gets this bishop that you can buy. So they need to be an expert. Tell you, it's caused a lot of secrets to you. I'm one of them. So, my name is Professor Wandezi. I'm a contestant NACOS. Sir, how can we protect our device like that someday when they send it to you without you having any information, they obtain your every information on the device. Sometimes they do send a link without you filling any information. When you click on the link, they get every information about you. So how can we secure our device? It's called somewhere virus. It sends your account. The moment you open it, synchronizes everything from the system and sends out. So you get a good antivirus so that on the moment is set, that the community want to protect you. So please, those who are interested in my material, you don't go around, if you're interested, you just purchase more.
Put your hands together for 5,000, please. Thank you. Put your hands together for the next speaker and put your hands together for those who are proceed, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. At this time, we want to go into the next section of the program. And that is, we're going to talk about web development. And I'm delighted to actually welcome the person who's going to take us in this wonderful topic. By the grace of God, the person happens to be a member of CPN and NCN, Nigerian Society, Computer Society. And by the grace of God, he happens to be one-time director of ICT or Computer Science Department, Federal Polytechnic in the 2014 and 2015 session. By the grace of God, he happens to be the CEO of Programmer City. And by the grace of God, it happens to be no other person than the wonderful one we know, Mr. Destiny Protocol. You're welcome to the stage, sir. Let's put our hands together to encourage him as he comes to pour knowledge to us. You're welcome, sir.
Greatest Nigerian students, great Bogu, great Baba. Okay, I remember Mr. Destiny Protocol. Initially, Computer Science Department, Dr. Mrs. Ijomai, the lecturers, Computer Science Department, and all protocol duly observed. Okay. It's a privilege for me to stand here before you all. Okay. So, web development. Now, everything I'm going to talk about today, as a one-time director of ICT, as somebody that I've been here before, I've organized a program like this. I know that the major aim of this program is to enlighten students on the current trend. Okay. So, and web development has been around for a long time now. But the truth is, there are new things that we're supposed to know about web development as the day progresses. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is the introduction. What actually is web development? Now, web development is simply the process of building and maintaining websites. The process involves structural design, coding, which is programming, web registration, hosting, as well as debugging and maintenance. Okay, please go to the topic. Now, I'm going to break this whole thing down and talk thoroughly about all these things I mentioned: the structural design, the coding, the programming, which is the programming, the web registration, as well as the debugging. Now, the first here, I believe most of us, if not 100%,
95% of what we are programmed, and we know what we are. Okay. Now, for those of us, the young ones, that's the new reason. Very, very important. I'm going to give you a step-by-step procedure of how we can solve a particular problem. Okay. Now, when I talk about the structural design, it's just like designing an algorithm. That is to say, before you start anything, want to design the web, you must first of all draw the structure, which is the sketch or mock of how the website is going to look like. That is prototypes. Okay? Then the other part, which is the actual programming. Now, you may be interested to know that people actually don't really want to program, or they want to be web designer. Because I've had a lot of questions. People come to me and say, I don't like programming, but I want to be web developer. It's not possible. As far as web is concerned, you must program. Okay? So coding is not for web development because everything you see on the website today is all as a result of coding. Okay? So there are that involve okay? That means if you are a graphic designer, you can actually go into just the structure. Okay, there is a new training part of graphics that is known as so that is it. Coding is part of it. The process of creating websites using web programming tools. And this web programming tool involves the web programming languages. Okay? Then the next thing is the installation and hosting, which is the process of making the website available on the internet. I'm going to talk more on the registration and hosting. Okay? Then the last one is debugging and maintenance, which is making sure that the website of the world alone. So, the next thing I'll talk about now is anatomy. Now, when we talk about anatomy, normally we refer to scientists in the world talk about human anatomy, okay, but what I want to explain today, I would like to just start with human anatomy because what I want to do is I want to explain in detail how the web usually works. Okay, how the web works. Now, to understand better, there are some related concepts that must be understood. Some of these concepts are as follows. You must understand what's very, very important. Then you must understand network protocol. The network protocol is not really our web thing because we have a discipline different from the web that takes care of network, that is the network administration. Okay? But as a web developer, there are some things you need to understand about how a network works. That is where the network protocols that we're going to talk about. If you watch the slide and only pick three, which is the IP, the TCP, HTTP. These are the important network protocols that even if you're not a network administrator, you're supposed to understand how this protocol works for you to understand where it works. Okay. And the third thing is the concept of web registration and hosting. Like I said, I'm going to talk about that. And the first thing, the internet. Okay, the internet. The next slide, please. Okay. Now, like the illustration you see, this is just a structure of how the internet is. Now, the internet is an acronym which stands for International Network. It's a global and vast network of different computers and other electronic devices around the world. Okay, when we say the internet, it involves not just computers, other electronic devices can as well connect to the internet. And the essence of the internet is simply to share
data and resources. Not just the internet. When we talk about the network, the essence of the network, what is the network? The network is the interconnectivity of two or more devices with the aim of sharing data and resources. Okay? So, in a network, there are a lot of things that makes up a network. In a network, basically we categorize them into four, which is the devices which consist of the sender and receiver. Okay? The sender and receiver. Then we have the message, which in network terms we normally refer to them as packets. Okay? Then we have the medium, which can either be wired or wireless. Then we have the protocol. And these four components, if one of them is missing, you don't have a network. And for us to deal with the internet, which is an international network, we know we need these four components because the internet is also what a network. Okay? Now, from the illustration there, I just want to use this illustration to explain some of the things that happens or how you get internet, because we're talking about internet. Now, if you want to browse, you pick up your phone, you want your data and you browse, right? Now, when you pick up your phone on your data, what actually happens? The thing is, take yourself from the illustration there, you have the web. You want to use the web. You are the web user. Now, for you to use the web, you need an internet service provider. Internet service provider, which is usually organizations that are responsible for providing internet for you. Examples are your favorite mobile networks like your MTN, your Airtel, and the likes of it. And probably there are other ones that are so individuals to provide internet for you, even without them being popular, because most of them, like if you go to places like Lagos, you're going to see a lot of internet service providers that you might not have even heard of them. Okay, so the internet service provider will provide network for you through some special devices. Now, when the internet service provider gives you the network, now you can browse. Now, what actually happens is that when you are browsing, you connect to the internet service provider, and the internet service provider, since it's part of or you're connected to the internet, they look for the resources that you want to access from a web server, which is part of the internet. Now let me go to the next slide so that where's the next slide. Okay, sorry, we'll explain it better, not to the next slide, but I just talk about the network protocol. Very, very good. Now, what is the network protocol? Network protocol has simply rules that govern data transmission within the network. It determines how data are carried from one device, but with all those devices in terms of network, to another. For example, we have the IP, Internet Protocol. Now, what is the use of the IP? The IP identifies every device on the internet. That is, any node on the internet, any device that is connected, whether it's system, it's server, or anything that's connected to the internet, must have an IP, because it's the IP that tells anybody who wants to access that thing that, okay, this is what it is and this is where it is what located. Now, the next one is the transmission control protocol. This is it. It is responsible for sending packets, which I said the data, across the network and ensure that these packets are successfully delivered across the network. Okay? Then the third one, which is the hypertext transfer protocol, which is the most important one that we should know as web developers. Now, as I'm saying these things, you're like, okay, we're supposed to present web development, we're supposed to present on web development. We're talking more of internet, I'm sorry, network. What is relation? What is relation with this? Okay? Now, we're going to see that in minutes. But let's see. The hypertext transfer protocol, this is used to connect a web browser to a web server, the internet, or on a local network. And same web document resources
back to the web browser. Remember, we said when you want to browse, what do you do? We're talking about web development, that's developing websites, right? And when you want to browse, you pick up your phone, you open your browser, and you type a particular address and try to get the address. Now, this HTTP is telling you that when you type a particular, when you want to get a particular address, you're getting the address. You're getting data from that particular address from a web server. Okay? And the data you get will be displayed on your web browser. Okay? Now, let's go to the next slide and make this whole thing clear. This whole thing. Okay? Now, the concept of web registration and hosting. This will explain everything I've been talking about, the networking part, the network protocol, why we do all this. This explains everything. Now let's look. The first is the web registration, also referred to as domain name registration. It is the act of preserving a name for a website on the internet for a certain period, usually a year, but you can renew every year if you still want to own that name. Okay? The Internet Corporation for assigned name and numbers are responsible for assigning IP and maintaining all available names on the internet. Now let me explain better. Now, just like every business owner, let me use examples. In Nigeria, we have a body called the Corporate Affairs Commission, which is responsible for registering businesses. So, as a business owner, if you want to own a business, what do? You go to the CAC, the Corporate Affairs Commission, and you want to register your business. Now, when you're registering your business, what they will do is they will tell you to choose a particular business name for yourself. Probably you have to pick up to 3 to 5 names. Now, when you pick those names, they will check for the availability of those names, if they are available, or if someone has used those names. If someone has used those names, they will not allow you to use those names too. Because if you use those names, it will be like we have maybe 2 different organizations bearing one same name. Okay? So just to make your organization unique. Okay, get what I'm trying to say. So that's something that happened on the web. For you to have a website or for you to build a host website for someone as a web developer, you need to register the domain name that you're going to use for the website. Now, registering domain name, like we have here, simply means preserving a name for your website. Let's say, for instance, I want to register a website for this particular event. I can sell this SUBNET2021.com. Now, when I choose the name SUBNET2021.com, it's possible that another organization might have chosen that name for some other reasons, and maybe it exists, they are already using it. Take for instance, when you want to go to Facebook, type www.facebook.com, and maybe another website different from Facebook. How would you feel? Okay? So because of that, you have to maintain those names. As you choose a name, you have to maintain the name. Now, who's responsible for maintaining those names? Is this body that I mentioned here, ICANN? As you can see, Internet Corporation for what? Assigned name. That means when you choose a name, the ICANN will be the one to take that name and store it somewhere. Now, their duty is not just to support the name, as you can see, assign names and numbers. What is those numbers? The number is simply the IP address I talked about. Remember when I talked about IP? IP are simply what? They are simply used to identify a node within the network. That is, on the internet, if you choose any name, there's supposed to be an IP tied to that name. So that whenever someone wants to browse your website, it will simply try to get that name and look for the IP that is tied to it. Okay?
Now, let me give you a clearer understanding of what this whole thing is. For instance, your phone. If you pick your phone and you see the name without a number, can you dial the name and the person's phone number will ring? Huh? You cannot. Exactly the same way web reports. Every name on the website, www.this.stat, www.that, every name on the website, they have a dedicated number that is assigned to them. So when you go to your web browser and you type www.facebook.com, what actually happens is this. The name, go to the next slide, please. Let me I'll come back to this slide. Now look at the illustration of what happens. Now, this laptop is your device. Now, when you want to browse the internet, there is a web server somewhere else. Okay? Now, the cloud you're seeing there represents the internet. Okay? So what happens is that whenever you type www.anything.com to browse, what happens is it will send a request, what you call HTTP request to the internet. Then there's something in the internet called domain name servers, that's DNS. Just like the internet phone, just like the example I gave you about your phone contacts. Okay? Now the DNS is responsible for resolving the IPs that are assigned to each of these things that are registered on the internet. That is to say, it is with the DNS that your browser is able to find and locate a particular web address that you are looking for, and therefore goes to the web server where that particular website is posted on. Bring the data back through the internet and display the data on your browser, just like you can see. Now, HTTP request go to the internet, the DNS resolves the name, check the information about the name, and go to the web server, fetch the response and come back. Like the previous speaker said something about cookies. Now, if you go to that cookies website, you're going to see different information about different websites. Just like the name of the website. Everything about that particular website is going to show. So who's responsible for keeping these records? That is it. So the ICANN, like I said earlier, go back to the previous slide. The ICANN are responsible for assigning these numbers to this. And that means if you want to register a website, first they'll tell you, most times, they'll tell you, okay, you have to wait for maybe 24 to 48 hours for the web name or the domain name to be propagated. What's the process of that propagation is simply making sure that IP, the data IP is assigned to this name so that whenever it is dialog, you can call it for whatever it's hosting. Okay? Now the next one is the web hosting. Okay? The web hosting and registration often go hand in hand, but for hosting, there are some special organizations. We often call them host providers that takes care of the hosting. Okay? And hosting is a process of uploading your entire website files to a particular website, which is allocated to a domain and provided by a host provider. Okay? Now, what I'm trying to say is that for your website to work, after registration doesn't end there, you have to host it. Okay? Now they assign a name to that particular, a number to that particular name. Now, it's not the duty of the hosting provider to provide the web space, a space for you where you can have upload those your web files, so that they will be available online, so that anybody that wants to browse your website can have access to them. Now, through that IP, and the IP will have direct them to the particular web server or the space that was created for you to host your website. That's you have to register, then post. Post, you upload your website to the web space. Then the registration type the IP and direct it to that web space where your file are hosted. So that when anyone wants to browse your website, he simply has to go to his brother, the brother will request the internet. The DNS will resolve where that particular web is hosted and to go and fetch the data from that website. So that is how the websites work. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to talk about is a web developer. Now you have to understand what the websites, or how the websites work. Now, who is a web developer? Now let's understand some basic facts about web development. So we'll talk about web development. Now, a web developer is someone whose duty is to design great websites. It's as simple as that. Okay? The website is simply a collection of different oriented web documents and their resources. Now, when we talk about web documents and their resources, web documents are simply the documents that are hypertext documents that majorly use front end or back end or any kind of web technology to build those files that you can host. What I said earlier, hosting, you can host. Then the resources involved includes rather maybe your pictures, your videos, audios, and any other thing that you want to add to your websites. Okay? So anybody that creates these contents and make them available for access is the web developer. So now, types of web developer, we have the front-end developer, we have the back-end developer, we have the full-stack developers. Now let's look at them one after another. Now, the front-end developer, who's the front-end developer? The front-end developer implements web page design, that is the UI as user interface, using basically HTML, CSS, and JavaScript with any other front-end development language or technology. Now, they make sure the website with different devices are interactive with users. They also influence the user experience. Now, as the front-end developers, the languages you need to learn are HTML, CSS, which includes the Visual SAS, there's another one, which are CSS and processors. Then we have JavaScript, which include all JavaScript frameworks. Then TypeScript. As a front-end developer, you can learn any of this language. Now, I want to make something clear. Sometimes some people say, okay, as a front-end developer, maybe I'm limited. Front-end developers cannot really build a full-fledged dynamic website. That is a lie. Okay? Now, as a front-end developer, you can build websites that are dynamic. Okay? The only limitation there is that you will not be the one that's designing the back end, which actually handles the data. But as a front-end developer, you can use data that are provided by a back-end developer to make your front-end very, very dynamic. That means your front-end, just with the use of, let us say, basic HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you can build a website that can submit data, receive data, and display those data anyhow you want them in your web page. Okay, that is to say, when in a front-end developer, you are not limited to anything, provided you have the resources you can work with. Okay, now apart from a back-end developer, there are a lot of what they call APIs, which I was talking to you about. APIs that you can also work with as a front-end developer to take data and use within your interface. And as a front-end developer, one of the things you have to be very, very good at is user interface. Because user interface influences user experience. A front-end developer is the main person that designs what the user sees. So as a front-end developer, you have to have this knowledge of graphics, even if it's just a little bit, so that you're able to present enticing websites to users. Because backend developer have nothing to do with the user interface. And if your user interface is not well designed, people might not even use your websites, no matter how powerful the website is, no matter how strong and the functions of the website. If the user interface is not well designed, that website might not be used. Okay? Now, the user experience, like I said, is influenced by the UI. That means if the user interface is good, now the user experience will also, though not in all cases, because user experience involves interactivity. So if interaction is not well done, it's not going to be good. So now let's go to the backend. I'm trying to wrap up. The backend developer creates the back of web application. The right code logic that handle user input and communicate to the database in order to mine data which will be presented on the front end. Like I said before, the backend developer is the actual person that writes those logic that handles data on the web, so that the front end developer can do what? Get those data and present them the way they should be presented in the front end. Okay, so this is usually done with the help of server APIs and maybe just server scripting language. Now, the technologies you need to learn for backend development includes, for languages, you can use Node, you can use Python, you can use C#, you can use PHP, you can use a lot of other backend languages. Then for database, we have relational database, which includes MySQL, Oracle, Postgres, other examples. Then you will have other type of database that's usually referred to as non-SQL, which involve your MongoDB, your Firebase, and the likes of it. Okay? Because of that, I'm not really able to talk more. If not, I have a lot of things to talk about these things. Okay? Now, the knowledge of server and how to configure server is an added advantage for a backend developer. If you know how the server works and how you can configure server, okay. Now, the next slide, the full stack developer. The full stack developer do bits of both back end and front end. That is to say, if you are a full stack developer, you are not only limited to the front end or back end. You have to do both, depending on the problem you have at hand. Okay, so that is for okay. So now I'm going to talk about some important terminology, important concepts that you should know, because my time is already gone. Now, first of all, talk about preprocessors and transpilers. Okay. Now, when we talk about preprocessor is a program that runs that processes input data to produce outputs that is used as input to another program. Okay, that is to say, when you write a program and that program simply is processed to be an input. Normally, you know, in program you have inputs. You have inputs, you process those. We're supposed to get information, right? According to the basic definition of computer, we're supposed to get information. But now, the preprocessor process those inputs and give us inputs for another program or for further processing. Okay? Now, what a transpiler is simply a transfer that takes source code of a programming language that produce equivalent source code in the same language. Okay, because of that, I really want us to talk about this. Because when we talk about translation, normally we know compilers, we know interpreter, we know assembler. Okay, but the transpiler is kind of new. Okay, so it has been
in existence, but it's not something that nation a lot. Okay, so I would have really long to talk about it more. But let me just give you an example. Let's say don't keep busy. Now let's assume you have another programming language that is called, let's say, X basic, that looks exactly like Q basic in the same level with Q basic. Now when you run that program, it's compared and go to Q basic. Okay, so language is translated from a particular language. That is what transfer language. Because of time, I can't really talk about this much. Then I'll talk about API. Yeah, softwares. Yeah, the software that allows two or more applications to talk to each other. Okay, two or more applications. For example, something like this, the bank. For instance, in your bank, sometimes you can access your account using a mobile phone from your bank app, or sometimes you can go online if your bank have a website and put your transaction there. But all of them are accessing one account. How is it possible? There's something like API will make it possible. Just as the name implies, application programming interface is just like an interface that stands between a major software, usually the software that is installed on the server, then distribute access to different other devices. Okay. So now the last thing before I go, I would like to talk about this just for a minute. Progressive web application. Now, most times, when we talk about development, we have web development, we have mobile application development. Sometimes, as a web developer, there are limitations that we have. Possibly, maybe you have a contract with an organization, and the organization says, okay, I don't only need this thing as a web app, I need it as maybe a mobile app that can work on Android phones, can work on iOS and other platforms. There's what we call the progressive web app, which will enable you to build websites. And those websites can be deployed in any platform, irrespective of your operating system and the device. That means I can build a website and I can use the website in an Android phone like an application. That means I can actually launch the website like an application in my Android phone. I can do that same thing in my iOS, even in my desktop, whether Mac or Windows or Linux. I can simply install that app into my device and I launch it like other applications, just the way you want to open Microsoft Word, just set your Microsoft Word and open it. Okay? So it's relatively new in the web technology and it's something that every web developer should look into. Now, lastly, why web? I'll leave you with this. Thank you for having me.
That was together for him. He has done wonderfully well.
All right, let's take one or two questions.
Let's take one or two questions.
I have a question. Just two questions only. This one. All right, the information to staff metropolis and actors. That's what they are going to do inside. Very soon, in the next few seconds, coming from the top of the note. Relax. Thank you.
Now, do we have people who have questions?
Few questions.
One, just one or two.
One or two. One question. Oh, one. Okay. Any other person? Just two is okay. Two is okay. Let me go to that one.
Mr. Promoter, you have a question, sir.
Please, that person stand up. Let's see you. Okay.
So, please, my question is, how do you host your website?
How do you host your website?
Yes. How do you host your website? Am I here together? Okay, start one.
Any other person, please?
Any other?
No. Okay. We have a written question there.
From a lady again.
Wonderful.
Written question. You can still write your no problem. I will submit it to him. Just write your name and your phone number. He will call you and answer the question. Thank you. If you don't have phone number, you can put your email. He will email you.
And,
this one is the last question. Let's take two. You can write your phone number, he will flash it, you will call him. I'll send him credit.
there's a guy already there.
Who's already the guy? Move. Gideon. Written. God bless you. What does it take to build the website? How long? What does it take to build a website and how long? That's all. No, you have any questions? That lady first. Okay. The first question: how you can host a website? Now, the thing is, after registering your website, you have to contract any host provider. Like I said, the host providers provide the space for you, and probably an interface or short from your control panel that you can use to upload your website, your web files. Okay, so when they provide them for you, you simply upload your website to it, and your website will be available online. Okay, so for further information about that, you can go to Google, just type host providers. You will see a lot of them, and examples are Namecheap, HostGator, GoDaddy, Smartware, and a lot of others. Okay, so you can even refine the search and say that the best web host providers are going to give you this. Now, what does it take to build a website and how long does it take? Now, this question, what does it take? You have to learn the basic web programming language, know the basic web programming language. Just like when I was presentation. And how long it will take? There is no specific time. I cannot really tell you that it will take 2 minutes or 1 year. All the websites, all depends on the availability of resources that you need. And probably if you're working with a team, it tends to go faster than when you're working alone. Thank you very much. Hands together for it. Thank you very much, sir. Let's move on, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. And before I hand over to the MC, I want to esteemly appreciate the presence of one of our wonderful speakers, one of the wonderful speakers who will talk to us by tomorrow. We were talking on animation. A wonderful lecturer from Federal University of Technology, where he has to the best of Mr. George. Thank you so much for being here, sir. Thanks so much to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can do more than that. If you don't know you're enjoying this program, put your hands together for yourselves.
Is it put up?
Oh my God, very soon, it's starting all. Mommy said that
Okay, I was also asked to extend apologies to everyone seated here. This was not was that your internet is not connecting very well. So we tender apologies for that. Space Matrix are working on that very fast. They are our service providers for this event, so they are working on it very, very soon. It will be fixed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
This is Nigeria.
Okay, look at the screen there. Quickly copy it. Some guys. Thank you.
Copy. Copy.
If you can.
Copy now.
Let's get to bed. I was an unbelievable job in Jotapon. We did fly. Look at the pool of water.
Waterless. Waterless.
You don't say teachers the best of the trouble. Look at the pool of water. Water says.
What's one of the exam?
For the one thing, among the one department equality, which department have you given to pass? How computer science. Let me show you. If you look at 1,000 cup like this, if you 1,000 cup like this, like just building. Now, wasteful. You can something like this. I didn't know. Especially for the year exam. One person got the level. He got no. If shift. If the chili, I went back. No, Number one, in your shift back again. Some set up your love, the share. You don't sit with machinery before machinery ask you question. Instead of put to the lobby from him, he's asking you. Everything is a machinery. Look at the way humanities do their own Facebook. You see something like this. Chairman can jogging, no tiger shame. You don't want to catch in a chairman roommate. If you are roommate, you do something like this. Chairman, number one, we stand for apple. Number 10, we stand for ego. You need to be your theory, especially English. We make something like this. Chairman. Number one, our call. You the son of God. See, every English I went to work with the seminar again. You don't know. Now for free, now they like exam. I'm going to not be confident. But send out examination malpractice. Ladies and gentlemen, what has the question? Look at them in the pool of water. Look at them in the pool of water. Water. Yẹ́nì ìwé mímu ìmájẹ́jẹ́ kùtà wíìgì. Wọ́n wá ju bóyá ní ètò wíìgì ègbò. They love wíìgì. Under the week, I have a week 15,000 on empty bread. How about turning it full of water? Hey, Jesus. The bread of water is water sis.
Well, you know what
I made up with it.
about 10,000%.
Well, I'm about before, but tell me, every master that my intelligent is at home.
Don't worry.
Actually, I try at home. Mommy, last year, mommy the other for years, my intelligent is, but annoying.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have like to see the building. Short time, we're going to call him out. Ladies and gentlemen, round about now. With the spirit of the document, go on stage. DJ, you are ready. You have 5 minutes to perform. Anyone more than that, I wish you to be on stage. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call to the stage. From computer science, ladies and gentlemen.
All the way from singing word.
We'll call
Chitaina.
Chitaina, are you ready?
Lena Hamadu, Chitaina.
Chitaina,
ladies and gentlemen, if your heart are not supposed to be. A singer all the way from computer science department. Ladies and gentlemen, Chitaina, if you are ready, I'm going to share this with you. Look at that.
Every time.
If you see my mama, I'm saying, I came for God. I just give me dress, make I give you dress. Please. Thank you very much.
I'm to say my own. And then after that, when you finish, I won't collect. They collect tonight. Give me my beans. Just wait. Wait, just assume say we invite Osadebe come here. Come here, they come perform. I see before now one thing, and still accident I get my voice icy. Everybody have Osadebe invite here now. I tell you don't say singers with smoke. Pass Ganja. We fight Osadebe of no science. Wait. Osadebe of the way you can show. Instead of you to hail, you are going to instrumental. He can give instrumental. Osadebe for now. Instead of you to you are not. We go back to somebody like that. We go say, oh man, I'm going to Fatima. You want to feel a picture like you, but now I'm never now. You won't be able to now. You just give me the weight. I'm going to get something like this. You know, the comments. Sure. A lot of people are seeing it. It's that's something I have to do. I will call you again. And I like it. It's here. What's that? What is it? Okay. Oh, start laughing. You people are laughing. This is evening program of the project coordinator. When I open money to meet my projects. You people are laughing. I will still remember this one. Yes. If I don't go with one, I will go with one. Because no, I want to that is your name. Which you that is you.
This man of God are putting for trouble.
What happened so far now? Okay. I'm going to oh, I didn't have it. Let's go outside the sick before now. Something like happened. My eyes is just gone. But I was small, I was going far. No, I think I don't know if it's only that bad. No, I have to make it to the lodge. I have to let's go for the next program.
For NACOS, because our next speaker, Chisom is going to be our first virtual session. She will be taking us on Android development. So she'll join us today from Zoom. So let's welcome her.
Put your hands together for our next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chisom Oku. Today I'm going to be taking a session on getting started with I don't know if you guys can hear me. Am I audible enough?
You're fine, we can hear you.
Okay, fine. So my name is Chisom Oku. I am currently a student at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I'm currently studying computer science, and I'm also a proud member of NACOS UNN. I'm also the director of software in my NACOS chapter. And so, okay, to get started with this session, I would love to share my screen, and I would like the host to confirm that he can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about everything Android, getting started in the next 20 minutes to be precise. So, like I said, my name is Chisom Oku. I'm also an Android developer. I'm a Microsoft student partner as well. I'm also advocating for OTO for identity and security. And like I mentioned, I'm schooling at University of Nigeria in my final year in computer science department. So in today's event, we're going to be talking about what Android development is all about, getting started, what makes an Android application, tips and tricks, challenges, building your first project, and the resources you need. Okay, so what is Android development? What exactly is Android software development? It's the process by which applications are created for devices running the Android operating system. Now, to be more basic, Android development is just basically developing Android applications, developing applications that run on your Android device. So if you go to Play Store and you download an application, that application is officially an Android application because it can run on your Android operating system. So Android development comprises of several parts. So starting with the language, because software development has a foundation, a very common foundation, a programming language. So Android development uses three languages: Kotlin, Java, and C++. I think there are more, but these are the three main languages for Android development. So at 2017, Kotlin was made the official Android development programming language by Google. It was formerly Java for most of us that were Android developers or are Android developers. Kotlin is the official language for Android development. And with Kotlin, you can do several stuff like server-side development, web application development, and other amazing software developments aside Android applications. So the three main languages for developing Android applications are Kotlin, Java, and C++. So getting started in your Android development journey, it's actually really simple. So the first thing I put on my list is passion, because as a software developer, I've realized that if there's anything that should keep you going, it's either passion or money. But for me, it has always been the passion. When I started learning Android development, what kept me going was the fact that I can create things that people can use, and also the fact that I can build something that can actually solve a problem. So passion is the kind of energy you need, and you feel the power that comes from the passion that you have for what you're doing. And it's actually more exciting that way. The second point I have on my list is picking a language. Like I said, as of 2017, Kotlin became the official language for developing Android applications. Now, I'm not saying that other languages are obsolete. What I'm saying is the people at Google have seen the pain points of developing Android applications, and Kotlin came with a more precise and readable form of writing Android code than Java. So you see most job applications or most companies adapting their code base to Kotlin, not leaving out Java though, but just being recent. So picking a language is the second. The third is the official Android documentation. I would have opened my link now, but I think I'm having network issues. So this is where you could see all your code and everything you need to run your code. If you're writing a program, you notice that you visit Stack Overflow a lot, or you visit your documentation. So Android has an official documentation. I think it's developers.android.com. I'm not sure. So this should be like your Bible to learning. This should be where you should go to when you're stuck. And this should also be where you should go to if you want to learn about a new library or a new technology while you're developing. For example, if you want to add a snack bar or a toast to your Android application. The fourth thing is Android Studio. So Android Studio is the most essential tool you should have while developing your Android application. I know people that use several other IDEs like IntelliJ and I think Sublime, I'm not sure. But Android Studio has a lot of packaged features that could help you in running your code, running your devices on several screen sizes, and also debugging. So Android Studio is very easy to install with while following the guidelines properly, you won't have any issues installing Android Studio. So Android Studio is the official development tool for Android applications. Next is material design. Material design is a language developed by Google to help designers and end users replicate Google's work. So if you notice, most Android applications differ from most iOS applications because Android applications have their own design guidelines. You don't put things where they're not meant to be. If I have some user interface or your user experience designers in the house, you'd attest to me that developing for Android or designing for Android and designing for iOS isn't really similar. So material design for Android gives you a sort of guideline in learning how to design your Android application so that users that use your app won't have a hard time navigating or finding out where what is meant to be and all. And lastly is writing some code. Get to work, keep being updated, and just keep writing code, just keep debugging your code, searching for other stuff that could help you, and just continue. So I think I've gotten the basics, like the foundation. So the next is what makes an Android application. You open your Android application like WhatsApp, your Gmail, your Facebook, your Twitter, and these are the four main components of an Android application. The first is an activity. An activity represents a single screen with a user interface and is meant to perform actions on a screen. So for instance, you open your WhatsApp messenger now. The first thing you see is like a list of the contacts that you're chatting with. And that is an activity on its own. An activity is like a single screen in your Android application. And once you navigate from that activity to open up a message, you're opening up another activity. So that's one component of an Android application, an activity. The next component is a service. A service is a component that runs in the background to perform long-running operations. Example, music. When you have a call, when you're playing a song on your phone and a call comes in, if you notice, the music doesn't actually stop. It just moves to the background till you're done with your call. And once you're done with your call, the music continues where it stopped. Or when your music is playing and you navigate to another application, you notice that your music doesn't stop, it still continues playing. So that's the work of a service in an Android application. The third component is content providers. Content providers manages all your app's data pertaining to your storage or anything at all. So a content provider kind of bottles up all the data your application should have, and it could send it to another application or you could store it on your device. For instance, your WhatsApp status. If you notice, you could see your WhatsApp status on some parts of your phone, but when that status has expired, you don't get to see it again. So that's the work of your content provider. It helps you store some kind of apps data for either persistent or permanently stored. Lastly is broadcast receivers. It's a component that enables the system to deliver events outside of a regular user flow. So broadcast receivers is like the back-end machine category of your Android application. This has to do with your Android battery percentage, your network, all those things that run on the background. Now I'm talking about the hardware component of your device. So broadcast receivers communicate with those components to make sure that your app is working the way it should be. Okay, now the next slide, tips and tricks of developing Android applications. We talk about architecture, flexibility, navigation, the new Android Studio Canary, and Android Jetpack libraries. So Android Studio has a really nice architectural component that helps you separate your user interface from your application logic. Okay, I would use the terminology of front-end and back-end development. Front-end development only deals with what you can see, right? And back-end development deals with the logic behind your front end. So that's what the Android architecture helps us do. It helps us neatly separate what the user can see and what the user can do. And remember, all this is going on behind the scenes. So flexibility. Android applications need to be flexible. When you're developing your Android applications, you develop to adjust to different screen sizes. If I design an interface for my Android phone, probably a Techno phone or a Samsung phone, if you notice, when you run that application on an iPad or on a smaller device, everything shifts. So you should be able to design your user interfaces so that they scale properly according to screen devices. Navigation is one thing that's really nice on Android. It came out with the Android Jetpack library. It helps you control your stack. It helps you. I don't know if you guys have ever used an application where you like narrow out of your application and you see that everything crashes or everything doesn't navigate properly. So navigation is one thing you should learn as an Android developer, and also adding animations to those navigations. So Android Studio Canary 4.2 is still in beta stage. It has a lot of nice features against the new Android version. And so it has support for the Jetpack Compose, the motion editors, and the Java 8 library, comparing both of them. But it's still in beta testing. But I feel if you're an Android developer, you should check it out. So Android Jetpack libraries is like the new feature of the whole Android development process. It has really nice libraries like data binding, paging, the room database, HILT, and material design components. So I feel as a recent Android developer, you should check out these libraries and try to like implement them in your projects for, more efficient development and less time working on a particular thing. Because these things have already been done. So it's best if you utilize these libraries as they are. So the challenges you face while building your first project: planning, development, testing, and shipping. So planning stage is one stage I feel people shouldn't rush. Planning your application is something that you should spend a lot of time on. Planning how it will look and planning how the application will work, planning how your database will be set up, and planning how many users you would like to want to, or how many users are actually planning to use this application that you're building. So planning is something that you should do properly before moving on to development stage. Development stage has to do with coding, debugging, and coding and debugging, mostly about writing code. Testing is where we talk of UI tests, integration tests, unit tests, where you test like every tiny bit of code that you write and how your application basically looks. And finally, shipping your application to Play Store. So in each of these stages, there are several challenges you're going to face, but I can assure you that if you do it in a sort of waterfall method, you won't have any issues shipping your application in good time. So your first project, it doesn't have to be super big. You don't need to build a space engine to Mars. You don't need to build something that's spectacular. Some people can say, oh, wow, this is awesome. It can be like a simple to-do list. It can be something that people, it doesn't have to solve a problem, actually. Even if it's something that's solving your own problem, your own personal problem, it has to be that simple if it's your first project. So you don't need to build something too complicated to be proud of. Like I said, it might not be a solution at the moment, but for the fact that you built something that can run on your device and you can see it and you can be happy with yourself, that's all you need for starting out your development process. So learning and deliver. Keep learning new stuff, keep applying them, relearn them. If a new library comes out, pick it up instead of dwelling on the old one, because I mean, for the fact that they can produce another library shows that it will be more efficient than the previous one. So keep being updated and keep applying what you learned, because it helps it stick better. And also try writing about what you learned or try talking to people about what you learned. It also helps you as a software developer. And lastly, be proud of yourself. No matter how little effort or little um, distance that you gain, you should be proud of yourself, because I mean, you did not know these things the previous day, and for the fact that you've learned them and you've been able to implement them, that's something you should be proud of. So these are various resources I created out for beginners or experienced professionals, the Android roadmap, Android best practices, Google Code Labs, and my blog where I write about Android technologies. So this slide could be shared to you people probably by the host or probably at the end of your event if anybody's interested in checking out all these links. I mean, they are so helpful, especially the Google Code Labs where you get to like work on projects and implement what they're actually doing step by step. So that's the most important thing. And okay, thank you for joining me on this talk. Go forth and make magic with code. On Twitter, you can get me on tech_queen, and on LinkedIn, you can get me on Chisom C. Woku. So I guess that's the end of my keynote.
After that, we take our refreshments before we go into other things. We're taking the discussion from Nira. If you are here now, are you present?
Bye.
He's so humble just to stay behind, but we spotted him. In the person of our own person, our own.
The former NACOS staff advisor, very important
What's up? Yeah.
Please keep clapping at this presentation.
The other instrument.
Okay, I've done that. Hello? 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 I can't hear. Hello?
No, sir, we can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of what's going on in your campus. To start with, my name is Segun Olugbile, and popularly called Ambassador Segun. I have been following up what you guys have been doing for the past couples of hours. I really want to thank the organizer for giving our youth the opportunity to rub mind, the opportunity to share insights, and to tap into what is going on, the imagined opportunity within the internet industry. I also would like to thank NIRA, the Nigeria Internet Registration Association, for partnering with the school to ensure that this program is mainstream. I got the information a little bit late, so I'm not going to give you the Harvard class slide, which I received from my earlier speaker, who did a very wonderful work. So what I will probably give, I will give a short brief, of information that I have, and also to mentor the colleagues in the campus. I'm talking about the students and various stakeholders that we have over there. To start with, I personally like the topic that you have chosen, which is about harnessing the harnessing the opportunity in the digital, industry. The imagined opportunity, which will be the context of what I will be talking about. To start with, I am also the MD of Araba Host. Araba Host is a web hosting service provider, and at the same time, it's a domain registration organization. We are part of NIRA as a NIRA registrar at the platinum level. While I'll be talking later about the opportunity that some of our young colleagues can take, can leverage on, let me provide a bit of information and to ensure that at least, the young colleagues over there take away something tangible, which can impact their academics and at the same time impact their productivity. Thank you very much. Now, the digital environment that we have, I'm sure that many of you are aware of what is going on in terms of being able to have access to smartphone. I'm sure that many of you have smartphones, many of you have laptops, many of you have access to the internet, many of you actually live online. And I can, like the last speaker, which I really enjoy our presentation. I can see that it brought out the opportunity in there for you to make use of what you have, the smartphone that you have, the laptop that you have. It's not just a machine. It's not just a communication tool. It's an empowerment tool that will empower you. You can do a lot more from your smartphone. You don't even sometimes need to have a laptop. Once you have a smartphone, you can do a lot, because it is essential now for us to understand the fact that we're no longer expecting the future. We're already living in the future. COVID-19 has disrupted the space, the way we do things, and therefore, we are no longer doing things the way we used to do it. We are now in what they call new normal, in which things are no longer normal, in which we have disruption in technology, in the way we interact, in the way we talk, in the way we do business, in the way we communicate, even in the way we educate ourselves. I want to congratulate you that you are part of the pioneers. You are part of those who are going to change the landscapes. You are going to be part of those who are going to take advantage of the disruptions. I can tell you, I want to say that what has happened in terms of COVID-19 is good, but COVID-19 has, forced some of us, our leaders and users and all the stakeholders, to realize that we are now in the digital era. So now, one of the first things I want you to take away now is the need for us to begin to validate our skill sets. I'm sure you know how to use laptop. I'm sure you know how to use smartphone. I'm sure you are hobbies. You have a lot of hobbies among you out there. You have guys that can manipulate laptop, they can manipulate phone, they can do some applications and all that. If you possess all these ideas, all these skills, and you don't have the basis for validating your skill, you will not be able to have a better offer. You will not be able to negotiate better deal for yourself. Let me give an example. The lady that gave us fantastic presentation on Android application, brilliant, fantastic. But however, for you to take advantage of what that lady delivered to you, there's a need to build your skills, and there's a need to validate your skills. There's a need to make your skills sellable beyond the realms of your local environment. And there's a need to begin to see that the market that you operate in is no longer within your own peculiarity. You are in the global market. What you do in your corner right there affects what happens in other climes of the world. So what I'm saying in essence is that no matter skills, no matter the ideas you have, no matter the level of exposure that you have, it is important that you take into consideration and take it seriously the need to validate your skills. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that you must ensure that you grow to secure a professional certification for your skills. Not only that, you may ensure that you focus within a niche of what you can do. You can't do all. So ICT is not about doing all. ICT is about doing the little that you can do and then diversify your engagement across the spectrum. So that is number one takeaway I want to give it to you. Begin the process of validating your skills. If you know how to use Microsoft Word, know it very well and ensure that you possess the required certificate that will enable you to work with these Microsoft skills anywhere you find yourself. Because one of the problems that we are seeing is that so many Nigerian youth possess so many skills, but they cannot negotiate, they cannot use these skills to negotiate something better for themselves. That is that. The second takeaway I want to pass across to you is the importance of digital literacy. You can no longer take digital literacy for granted. It is not about what you study in the university. I know I'm talking to the computer science student. I know I'm talking to the big get in the future. But right now, the entry point, whether you want to work with the federal government of Nigeria, whether you want to be relevant in any ecosystem across any space, you must be part of the revolution that is going on now. That is digital transformation, in which the basic element of it is digital literacy. So I will put it across to you that you have a lot of free program online. If you go to LinkedIn, you have access to fantastic skills program. And I want to tell you that it's important that wherever you see digital skills program, ensure that you embrace it and add it to what you are already being taught in school. That is number 2. The number 3 point I want to raise here, which is part of the takeaway, it's that we are seeing many of our youth engaging in cybercrime. We are seeing many of the youth engaging in hobby-driven, computing, in which they want to brag that they can do certain things, and therefore they go ahead and break and do some hackings, or some people call it ethical or unethical hackings. The good news is this: this federal government of Nigeria has now elevated, prioritized, and classified cybersecurity as a sector. One of the top high-end skills that will be needed in this country in the next 5 years, starting from now, is cybersecurity skills, information security skills in different domains. Whether you have IT skill, whether you have application skill, it is now that whatever skill that you have, the framework of those skills has to be embedded by security by design, or embedded with security by design. And therefore, information security is one of the opportunities that you can leverage on as young colleagues. And I can put it to you, Nigeria is in need of information security professionals. Nigeria, the world is in need of a cybersecurity professional, whether they at the level of network security, or at the level of a content security, or at the level of application layer security, or at the level of web-based security, in whatever variant of security. The good news is that the government of Nigeria has rolled out a framework, or which we can call a strategic framework, in which cybersecurity skill is now being recognized, and then cybersecurity skill is now being taken. One of the things that your school can do over there is to look at intervention around cybersecurity skill and see how they can tap into opportunity that is emerging in the country and the rest of the world. That is number 3. And number 4, and after this, I will stop there because I want my colleagues over there to ask questions. Number 4, I personally like what is going on in the context of what NERA is doing in internet industry. Internet industry is growing. Now, like I said earlier, the COVID-19 have disrupted the space, and therefore, businesses are going online. Individuals are going online. SMEs are going online. Even you are going online. The mothers and the fathers are going online. The teachers are going online. Even the Yalakara by the roadside is also going online. The mechanic is going online. The moment you are involved in financial transaction in which you use USS code, you are already part of the ecosystem. But the good news is that there are demands. There's a huge market. There's a huge opportunity that you young colleagues can take advantage of. For example, internet industry is one of such an area that you can begin to explore. You have various players within the internet industry. You can be a blogger, but like I said, if you're a blogger, ensure that you validate your blogging skills. Many organizations are looking for a blogger to mainstream their content for promotion, for advocacy, and also for marketing brand. Then you can also be a website developer. Many businesses are looking for websites that can be developed within the local context with the global impact. Tools are available there on the internet for you. Then you also have a domain name. Now it is becoming by default now, a time will come where if you don't have a domain name, you will not really be able to be part of what is going on digitally in Nigeria, because the domain name now becomes your unique identity, your unique address on the internet in which you can host your ideas, you can host your business, in which you can also ensure that you communicate the skills that you have. Then you have the hosting side, opportunity to provide hosting. What I mean by hosting is that you can begin to look at business around you. You can look at billionaires around you. How do you, host your skills? Let me give an example. I happen to have a son. Sorry that I use it because I can only use the experience that is very close to me. While during the COVID-19, I discovered that this guy is always writing stories. Always writing stories. I think now he's in the maybe just as SS2. He's always writing stories. But something I found out later was that while he was writing stories, he just like writing comic stories and all that, and post it to a particular site. He kept on doing that without knowing that some people are reading his stories and the followers were growing. Immediately, the followers population got to about 1,000 followers. One of the biggest platform provider in the US got in touch with him, that they have discovered that it's right up, and those stories he used to post on their platform is attracting interest group, and therefore they would like to sign a deal with him to continue so that they can provide the treatment, they can provide all the necessary, commercials around it. That happened right in my own house. When I saw it, I was very happy, but then I had to be, shape him so that he can put the skill in a proper perspective. What I'm saying in essence is that when you have a skill, you need to communicate your skills. Right there in your school, we've had series of, top big guys in the top tech companies. Most of them start like you while they are in school. So now, all these ideas I'm talking about, they are near you. They are very close to you. NERA has provided opportunity for companies in Nigeria, for individuals to have a .ng. And then there's also opportunity to have a basic plan in which you yourself, you can even begin to even enroll others to be part of what you do. So I think the bottom line of my discussion with you is that there are emerging opportunity that is near you. They are all near you. Once you can say it, you can do it. Once you can do it, you can connect. Once you connect, you can unveil yourself. Once you unveil yourself, you can begin to prove your skills. So let me stop here, and while I have questions, I will respond to it. Thank you. Over to the moderator. Over to you, moderator. I want them to ask questions. Let's ask some student dialogue, then we can begin to unveil a little bit, talk about what are those opportunities near you.
Any questions?
Okay. Okay. So Isha was telling me we're still expecting questions.
Any questions?
Okay.
Unplug that thing. Don't drop it. What just go give us boy? Because I want some. Okay. Sir, currently.
I have one question. The question is, what are the ICT skills based on what?
Thank you. I think I got that. What are the IT skills available, right? If I can get it right. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the IT skill available are quite easy for you to grab in. Number one IT skill that you need to have is to have a skill of how to live online. The digital literacy skills, they are there around you. When they talk about digital literacy skills, they are talking about those skills that you have and you put them together for productivity that could empower you, and at the same time, impact you to do certain things that will have value back to you. Let me break it down. For example, I spoke about the internet industry. Within the internet industry, there's a need to have website developers. Let me tell you, and you'll be very shocked to hear this. Do you know that Nigeria do not yet have a group of Nigerians that are professional website developers? What we have is people calling themselves website developers, and one person wants to do all the work. It doesn't work that way. Website developers, you must be skillful in one particular areas of website developing. For example, if you're a graphics person, ensure that you know the graphics very well, and you know all the application that has to do with that graphics, web graphics, you know it very well. If you're a Flash developer, ensure that you know Flash developing very well. If you're a content driver, a content developer, ensure that you know it very well. So what I'm saying in essence is that there are soft skills that when you work together as a group, you will negotiate better and you will manage high volumes of jobs, high volume of requests, more than you claiming to be a website developer. At the end of the day, they give you one assignment to do, you struggle to do it, and you cannot even manage and sustain it. So in the web industry, we need content developers. We need, template developers. Most of the website developers, what they do, the so-called, they go to what have you, they go online, they go and download already made template. We want to have Nigerians taking on and have, a design template, design within the Nigerian content that will communicate Nigerian theme, that will communicate Nigerian values and businesses and all that. So in web industry, we have a need of that. Now, the video, let me tell you, do not take video industry for granted, because if you look at Hollywood, the success of the Hollywood is anchored on the video industry. Now, we need professional video, developers. I'm not talking about people that hang video by their shoulder. No, we're talking about software developers, those that can use software application to develop content, video content that could be integrated into the web environment. The language is this: whatever business you want to do, whatever skills you want to do now, your skills must align with the internet, with the cyberspace. Your skill must be something that addresses particular thing within the internet ecosystem. Now, taking it from that we also need what we call, you may call it engineer, but I don't think we need so much engineer now. What we need now, I'm sure that you've heard of cloud computing. You have software as a service in which the software is hosted. You don't even need software development kit anymore. The software development kit has been hosted and integrated on the platform as a service. Then you have infrastructure as a service. Let me give you 3 things to do. Go to Amazon Web Service, go to IBM Web Service, go to Google Web Service, go and learn about the cloud computing. That is what will shape the future in the next 12 months. Things are happening. There is something that they call cloud first policy. The cloud first policy is owned by the Nigerian government. It says that anyone that has skills in cloud computing, Nigerian government, Nigerian institutions, Nigerian agency must patronize them first. So you have a lot of systems being hosted online. You have shared application hosted online. You have shared, collaboration work being hosted online. So one of the first area I have seen in the course of COVID-19 and all that, cloud computing, learn a lot about it. And I believe that your school can begin to look at the way of partnering with IBM, the way of partnering with NIDA. NIDA is National Information Technology Development Agency. You need skills in artificial intelligence because emerging technology is always driving you. Like I said, there is no longer future anywhere. You are living the future now. So how can you be part of this future? What role can you play? Now, what the level of market share can you have? Facebook, most of you engage in Facebook. Have you ever thought that, have you ever imagined that on Facebook, your eyes, your content, they are part of the values that made the Facebook billionaire? So how can you also cut your own share from Facebook? What can you do to make money from Facebook? So these skills are there. Content development. Then you have agency, digital marketing agency. That is, you can learn. In fact, Google has a series of tracks in which you can train yourself on how to have digital branding, digital marketing, digital agency. These are things you can do with your ordinary social media applications. Instead of you engaging, sharing pictures and all that, why don't you convert that into a marketing values? So skills are there, but how do you ensure that the skills you have, they are part of skills that could connect you into the space in which you yourself, you find your own space and begin to grow your own space. The space is big for everyone, but you have to identify the space. If you want to belong to the content developers, you want to be, belong to the framework, website framework developers, you want to belong to video developers, Flash developers, application level developers, those things are there. Like I said, cyber security, data security, data industry, data governance, data analytics. These are skill sets that you will need. If you don't have it, you are not going to be relevant. So thank you for the opportunity. To cap it all, I will quickly say that Araba Host, a web service hosting company, has a special what we call affiliate marketing program for the young ones. You can have your own hosting business right in the campus. You can have your own customer riding on our own platform, and then each customer that you have, you make money. You do not only make money, you also gain skills. You join yourself into the industry and you continue to grow, and the skill continue to be sustained, and you continue to grow until you actually find a niche that you can really hold on to. So this opportunity, some of them we can give it unto you through Araba Host. If you go to our website, arabahost.com or arabahost.ng, Araba Host combined together, arabahost.com, arabahost.ng. You can go there, you can search your domain, but the most important thing is that how can you be part of the web development, web creations through the internet? The opportunities are right there for you on the internet. You can start from us, and at the same time, you can surf the internet and then see the opportunity and explore it.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I want to hand over the microphone to Sir to recognize Mr. Lotu.
Thank you very much, sir, for that awesome session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, DJ.
Next customer, please. Are we enjoying ourselves?
Great programmers. Before we move to the next stage, I want to make this announcement, especially for Indian ones. Tomorrow, while coming, I want you to prepare very well. There will be a quiz competition, and the winner will go with 5,000 naira cash prize and a scholarship to learn any programming course at Programmer City. So, while coming tomorrow, prepare very well.
Next customer, please.
Okay. Straight up, we go into the next session of today's program, and that's a very interesting one, where we'll look into the topic of graphics and UI UX design. Graphics and UI UX design. The person who's going to take us on this happens to be the founder of Innovative Creatives. The founder of Innovative Creatives in the person of Mr. Uche Anele. You're welcome, sir. Let's put your hands together for Mr. Uche Anele. You're welcome, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, everyone. Good day, everyone. My name is Anele Uche. I'm actually a former student of Federal Polytechnic in Geneva, and I'm presenting the topic UI UX design and graphics. Right. Before I get started, I will play you an audio to pick up pen and paper because you're actually going to learn something new. I will take this quintessential medium to introduce you to something very creative.
Chance, before the presentations.
All right, first and foremost,
That's the first slide I sent to you.
UI UX design. I know most of you know about UI UX designs. I know most of you are not familiar with this topic, but I am here to actually tell you what you need to know, the skills, the experience, and everything you need to know about it. All right. Now, what is actually UI UX design? Actually, we'll combine it together. We'll call it UI UX design, but they actually mean different things, but they come together to deliver a given project. All right, UI simply means actually an acronym which indicates or which means user interface designs. While UX simply means user experience. All right. Okay. Now, what is actually the responsibility of a UI UX designer? If you call yourself a designer, you design UX UI, what is actually your responsibility? Okay, a UI UX designer, a UI UX designer's job is actually to create user-friendly interfaces and enable users to understand how to use complex technical products. For instance,
UI UX designing is actually a building block. Yes. Professional developers, be it web developers, maybe mobile developers, there is no how you can actually venture into software development at all without the architectural design of a given product. That's the truth. Because if you don't actually analyze the UI UX system of your design will be a very big complex and won't be interactive. All right, on the screen, we have the skeleton. Yes, UI is actually like the skeleton, like the building block of your design. The element that gives your product shape and stability. Okay? Okay, we have the UI design. UI is actually the interface you feel today. You go to your web page, your mobile page, those interfaces you see there is about the UI. But UI can never function very effectively without a given experience. You might actually be asking, what is actually UI? What is actually UX? The truth about the whole matter is, you must apply a given experience in your design to acquire a given aim, of course. Because UI is actually the experience, the given experience, the given idea, the given program inside, you actually apply in the given design to acquire a given aim. All right. UI actually takes the structure.
Yes, 5 years on this way. So if it's possible, you look at it. Which help cannot get the idea.
Your UI can never be tagged, never be user-friendly. So UI actually takes the structure and stability from the UX team, functionalities from the human experience. Okay, now I actually use some demonstrations to actually explain something to you. Now we have a demonstration here. We have idea, we have design, we have delivery. When you talk about idea, you talk about a given concept and strategy. You talk about design thinking, how creative you are. You talk about research, because you will actually be a research kind of person. For instance, it's actually something you and I can do. It's something you can do. I started it someday. Now there is no limitations in UI UX designs, because now when I started, I actually go online, I make research, I check papers or internet jobs. I think about it, I just analyze the experience behind it, I try to replicate it. You might actually start asking or start wondering, what kind of experience do I need? Do I need to have 5 years of experience, 10 years of experience, and so on and so on? No. The truth is, you can actually start today, start getting your experience, go online, feed yourself with some things you're actually seeing online, get some designs out there, login pages, and other pages as well. Then you start replicating them. That's in the process of UI UX design. So you feed yourself with the new experience. Now we talk about idea. Idea talk about the research is meant actually to feed yourself with given experience. We talk about wireframes. Now when you apply all this given experience, these brainstorming stages to design, you are now combining UI, UX to actually deliver a given product. Now, professional relationship, bringing both of them together, because this cannot actually work without this. Because just like your software and hardware, software can never work without the compatibility of your hardware. Now, UI can never be effective without the compatibility and the compatibility of your UX. Now, the professional relationship between your UX and your UI, applying a given idea or experience in a design to deliver a product. Now, when you talk about applying a given idea or experience, you are actually referring to UX. Yes, because it actually talks about the given experience you are applying a given design to deliver a given product. Now, if you're talking about design, you're talking about bringing the experience you've gained in a given design to deliver a given project. Okay? Now we talk about the importance of UI UX design. UI UX design is very, very important. To me, I call UI UX designers architects, of course, because without the architectural design of a given building, civil engineers can actually form a form, sorry. Yes, of course. We actually analyze how the system will look like. It is what we call prototyping UI UX design.
For instance, after your graduation, you might find yourself being a CEO or you design UI designs and all. There will be a time you want to write proposals to different companies and all. You understand? You must actually analyze your system as a UI UX designer. You design your interfaces, make it user-friendly, because you have to consider your end users, people who actually use the given system. If it's old people, if it's a hospitality kind of design and all, these are things you put in measures and before you start creating your design. Now, importance of UI UX designs. The UI and UX design help to make customers confident and make them use your application or website by providing them what they are actually looking for. Now, if a programmer just starts programming and they analyze the system, they didn't actually understand the process of you might actually put or analyze the system in a way that will not compete with we call it prototyping in UX and UX design. Then when you prototype, when you click the next page, when you send it to maybe your client, okay, first and foremost, analyze the system. Then interfaces, how to blow line. Now you get to the system, then tell me what you feel of your design. This is what I feel when I will start your end users. Now you not actually put it in the system, but you actually design it. Now your clients or end users can actually activate what you program development. That's the importance of UI UX designs. Okay. Now this is our one example of UI UX designs. If you watch well, this is a picture. This is a good example. This is a sign page. So a sign page where you can actually log in with your Facebook account, start with your email or phone number. It's actually simple. I will talk about an example of UI UX. If you watch this particular page was actually designed with UI UX design software. You don't actually need any coding around it. You don't have to now, software is actually used in designing your UI UX. Talk about Sketch. I think you have to talk it down because it is very, very important to relate to the future or even now. We talk about Sketch, we talk about Adobe XD, we talk about Figma, we talk about Azure and so on. But I personally use Figma and UI UX design because of some Figma plugins. Now, talking about UI UX design, I am not just here to give you the theoretical aspect, just tell you this, tell you that, I told you earlier before I started, I want to introduce it. It's something you get to practicalize on your own. You don't need any huge configuration system. The little system you have, you actually start up with it. You understand? Anything you're doing in computing, perfect a given area. If you are a programmer, perfect that programming aspect. The UI designer affected very well. Now, I actually want to log into Figma.com to show you how you can use shapes, what's in Figma. Now, you see here, you go online, you see them. Actually, I'm posting with Figma.com. Okay? All right. You go to your web browser, www.figma.com. It's actually an online kind of platform where you do your Figma design. That's your UI UX design. I prefer Figma as I check it out because of its plugins, which I will still show you them. Something after that you will start practicing. Okay, here is actually Figma. This is my project. Some things I've done.
Watch well, this is actually an online-based software where you can actually analyze and start designing your UI UX. This is actually a software. Yes, it's actually a software. Sorry, website. PH, you will see that's Public Health Emergency Operations Center. Now, this interface was actually designed on people before the program developed. Watch well, this interface is actually here. You understand? So it's actually something to start with. Do your analysis, go online, get a business. That's all. You can actually more copy my own project. Try to replicate so doing you are doing something where you don't know. All right. I just have to say this. Why is not actually graphics design? Yes, so that. Yes. UI UX is not graphic design. Don't think it's actually graphic design. UI UX is specifically meant for software development and web applications. You understand? For your website, your website, how you analyze the different projects, and how you start designs. All right. We're going to introduce you to graphic design using proficiency. We'll talk about the aspect of UI UX design. How you start up a project on UI UX design. Now, actually, I don't have much time for rising and but after always need to discuss for you understand. I'm going to graphic using position CC. Now, actually, graphic design. Some of you might actually be thinking graphic design because here UI UX design, you have to interpret the graphic design. Or it's actually a craft. A craft where professionals create visual content. You know, if you go to content designer, we actually use pictures, images to communicate in visual. Companies also employ content developers to analyze that content. Put a picture aspect of that content that will tell story and communicate to our editor what about your or given service as well. So it's very, very important. There's a higher role in the market. So I advise people want to take a look around you, take your close their posting on the graphics. So graphics tells you, as I said, pictures tells what exposure. So graphics plays an important role in terms of program promotion and service promotion as well.
Which other one?
Again, as a graphics designer, when you are very well, don't also if you watch well, go around there, you will see some variables running around a given company symbol, given company images and all. That is called branding and the visual identity in graphics. You can actually perfect and deliver some given project or given contract to a given company. Now we talk about advertising and marketing graphics design. Talking about advertising and marketing graphics design. Some of you use your phone for just Facebook, WhatsApp, Facebooking, and all that. My dear, there is more to it. There is more to your Android phone, most telling you. If you go to your Facebook, you see some sponsored ads, pictures, graphical images, telling stories about graphics, about a given product. We do this, we do that. Click here, you will advert their page as well. Graphics tell stories. I will advise you. If you actually maybe love graphics or maybe you like designs, you understand? Don't give up on designs. There is future in designs. So I take you to content creation with graphics to engage audience. Now your Facebook pages, as I am here, I'm actually a content writer. So I write content. When I write my content, I use graphic demonstrations to demonstrate my copywriting skills. I have some pages from tables of businesses I'm actually handling their social media pages. You can search on Instagram at Royal Edgeworth, at Stokes Royalty, and at Yas Global Estate Company. I actually handle their social media pages. I use graphics to engage clients. I use graphics to catch the attention of clients. Use graphics to tell the story. Use graphics to project the given image, to project and promote the given brand. That's the work of graphics design. Now talking about digital designs, it's actually website. If you go to website, you see some images, some library, it's telling a different story. You understand? And when you log into those websites, if you so catch that it even catches your attention, that is graphic design. In graphic design, you practice and know how to actually use your graphic experience to actually demonstrate those images that will be applied to the website. Okay. Now we'll talk about product design. Now, if you watch well, I have burger on my screen. This is fresh and hot burger. Now, I am trying to promote a given product. Companies can actually employ me as a graphic designer each time they are running program, high quality program or a project. You know, it always has a given time for promotional work. So you can actually design, use your creativity to bring a given product to life, to catch the attention of your audience, to engage them, to make them see, okay, fine, this is actually things this company can offer. They do this and they do that. That's the work of graphics. This is fresh and hot burger. I am trying to promote burger as a product. So this is product design in graphic design. So there is aspect of graphics that actually channel your focus, channel your skills. It's just to have a given knowledge you can actually be part of. Now I talk about packaging designs. Yes, we have packaging designs. In packaging designs, you package a given product. If you watch well, if you go to the marketplace now, maybe this particular product is actually looking old, or for instance, the branding, the color, the kind of things they do around it is not actually engaging. You just pass by because even if they know what they are doing, even if the product is original, you just see that it is fake, it is not original. That is where packaging design comes in. Big companies package a given product. They package it very well so that when clients or when customers see it, they will be to engage them. So this talk about packaging design graphics. Now I talk about environmental graphics design. Environmental graphics design talks about using a given experience, using your knowledge, using your practical skills to actually design and beautify your environment. For instance, if you go to companies, you go to offices, you will see some offices looking so nice, looking so catchy, that anyone catch your attention. That is the aspect of environmental graphics design. So you can actually get a project, collect a contract, and you can actually brand this particular piece. Now, if I wanted a contract or a project to actually use my graphic design skill to beautify this place now, you understand? There are some graphical design insights. You understand that when you finish designing it, working on it, and they approve it, they sponsor it, when people enter it, it will eye catching. You understand? So that is the work of graphic design. You can actually channel your skill, channel your experience in different aspects. The most important thing is taking a step, taking a bold step, learning it. A builder was actually wants information. You will not just start today and get all the knowledge today. I was once a student, I started from somewhere, constant practices and all. Now we talk about editorial, publishing, graphics design. This is actually the kind of designs where you deliver newspaper, magazines, and books and so on and so on. We talked about graphics design. So this particular area of graphics design is actually presented. There is even nothing to perfect about it. This particular thing is just a given format with the given experience to have already. It's just to analyze how the system will look like. Even as a graphic designer, sometimes I call us analysts because we analyze how interfaces will look like, how the picture will look like, the kind of message we're trying to communicate. So this is actually good. Now we have art illustration for graphics design. Now if you watch well, there is a little scenario there. You can actually use a graphic to also tell a story. As I said before, as I said earlier, picture tell story. Okay, let me explain that. Now if you watch this design there, you will see someone press the phone, someone press a laptop and all. You understand? You actually use graphics to communicate a given scenario, a given situation that happened or about to happen, a given event. You use graphics to demonstrate it, to communicate to people, to send messages with a clarity where people will actually understand exactly what you're referring to. Okay. Without wasting much of your time, I actually want to introduce you to CC. It's actually graphic design using Photoshop system. So I want to show you the environment, some kind of things and all. Understand? So you actually have it. You start to get into your own tutorials on YouTube. There are things online. You can actually contact us for more guidelines and all. There are always people serving. I said earlier, I was once a student.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for me. You have one questions.
Thank
Now.
you.
Okay, we have one. Do you have another one? Two. Okay, another question. Ladies, you come. Ladies. So let me take one question from the lady now. Okay, the last person. Okay, if I take one here, I go over there. Thank you very much. I just want to ask you said something about graphics. UX is not graphics.
Yes.
Graphics is putting together images and text and putting together to communicate a message. And from the definition of graphics, it says graphic design is a craft where professionals create visual content to communicate messages. Now, can I also say that UI UX communicates message and content visual content? If yes, then why is UI UX different from graphics? Okay, let me explain that. I love the question. I encourage you. Now, talking about UI UX graphics design, it actually refers to interfaces about web applications, your website, your applications. As I said earlier, images and pictures tell stories. When I was actually explaining that for the graphics, I told you to use graphics in order to design different kinds of images. For UI UX is basically for the development of applications. So you have the software for other graphics kind of designs. Thank you very much. Next question from behind. How is that beautiful lady? Okay. Okay, the difference between this and the normal graphic design. Thank you very much.
Okay, you actually ask the difference between UI UX designs and graphic designs.
Yes, and normal graphic design.
Okay, as I said earlier, UI UX design talks about user experience, user interfaces that refers to application
the website and all. Why graphics talks about where you actually use image pictures to represent and communicate the messages. Okay, just like what we have on the screen, it's actually UI, UX, and interfaces. Design with. We have a question here. What do I stand to gain as UX, UI designer? Trust me, you stand to gain a lot because a lot of ineptitudes and aberrancies we face today in designs is a matter of programmers not analyzing how a business system will communicate and interact. Of course, when you actually perfect your UI, UX design skills, you can actually help programmers to analyze and design how the interface of a given system will interact, how the end users will actually interact with the given system. For instance, if you visit some websites or some mobile applications, you will understand that, okay, let me give an instance now. You are developing a website or an application for old people. That's old people at home. Now, this application is actually meant to be simple. It's actually meant to be communicative. But you see some programmers developing it in a way that even when old people get there, they will get confused. So the duty and responsibility of the UI UX is actually to develop and to design interfaces that will actually communicate and actually ease end user stress in terms of. I have a next question here. What do I profit today as UI UX and I just answered it now? What is the best application for graphics designing professionally? Okay. Actually, I deliver professional designs with Photoshop CC. Yes, in Photoshop CC, you can actually get all the kind of designs you want. So I use Photoshop CC. I recommend Photoshop CC for you to deliver your professional kind of designs. Okay, the last question. What software is used for illustration and art design? Okay. When we talk about illustration and art design, illustration and art design talks about using a picture to communicate a given scenario. You can actually use graphics to illustrate your art and design kind of designs. Yes, graphics can also serve that.
All right, before we continue, sir, please let's take this very, very important. Not questions, sir, not questions. I want to recognize and hand over this microphone to Mr. Chukwu Emenike Gabriel, former NACOS president, to make a presentation for this program. He has a document to give us for this program. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Chukwu Emenike Gabriel, former NACOS president. Sir, over to you.
Great NACOS. Great Boza. The unintimidated NACOS. You are not afraid. Intimidated. It's not intimidated. Honestly, I'm happy to be here. I've been participating in some of the programs and I'm very, very happy. So, just like I have to give a token of support, I'm just giving like 5,000 naira. Wow. The president and the deputy have said
Spirit capacity for our capacity. What type this, what type that? Thank you so much, sir.
All right, thank you. Information getting me that some want to still make their donation. If you are here, just finger me, I will come and meet you. Thank you.
Great programmers. Great programmers. It's for the software exhibition tomorrow. If you have anything to exhibit tomorrow, just put close to that place at the back. Somebody will attend to you. Drop the person for your software exhibition. I want to give the mic to the person that will introduce our next speaker.
Thank you very much.
Is no other person other than Facebook the program sending me for people. I know all of us are two Facebook, right? And there are people that are developing the Facebook. So he's the lead for people. And also the mention about the tech community and group. And it's coming from that particular community now. And good thing is that it was once our experience. So I'm coming to welcome Mr.
Put your hands together for Mr. Onyemachi. That is too poor. Can you jam your hands together for your guest speaker? Behave like police together. Clap, 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 clap. Thank you very much. You know what? So usually the programming, I think everybody has to like hello world first, right? So hello world is Java, and usually how we do it. That's why I'm saying can you just present it? So today I'm talking on
Are you sharing on screen?
using syntax, what you should know.
Are you sharing your screen?
So about me, I'm a software engineer at Patricia. I don't know if any of us use Patricia for anything. It's nice about me. I'm a software engineer at Patricia, where I lead the payment team. So my job basically is to ensure that the thousands of users using our application have a wonderful checkout experience. I'm also a computer science student at State University, and I work around open source and tech communities. So what are fintechs? Fintech is not short for financial technology. So fintechs refer to regular block and mortar industries which are now powered by technology. What I mean, think about industries where you used to work in, then now the connection to someone before you can perform the transaction. Example, your banks, right? Example, your insurance firm. Example, your hospital. So what fintechs do is they get this traditional job function, then they automate it with technology. Yeah. So why should you care? You can say you don't concern me. What's my business with fintechs? So there are some reasons you should care about fintechs. So the first one is far-reaching impact. Fintechs have a lot of impact around us. So before that, we have our mothers and our daughters taking their school on their own with persons who come from them. And sometimes we have users, they actually run away with the money, right? But with fintechs, all of this can be automated. Does anyone use PiggyVest? PiggyVest. So PiggyVest, you can save your money still when you save with your account. But now you don't have any fear that your money is going to get missing. You can save your money, you can have loss and have targets. So that's one point of fintech. Also, we have fintech that enable you to get loans very easily and all of that. Remember that fintech is financial technology, finance powered by technology. Yeah, and also the bulk of the tech investments in Nigeria are around fintechs. So we have few unicorns in the Nigerian tech ecosystem. When we mean unicorns, we mean businesses that have cost $1 billion valuation. The first among them is Jumia. We also have InterSwitch, and on this end we have Motorway. Jumia is highly powered by the payment system. Without the payment system at Jumia, which is fintech, Jumia won't work. And InterSwitch, all of us know InterSwitch. InterSwitch is actually a core banking infrastructure. It helps us to facilitate our payments. And also, Motorway is the payment services that enables you to collect money from your vendors. So if you have a website and you want to be able to collect money from that website, maybe you sell something online, Motorway can simply send you a link so you'll be able to collect money from that. And also, there are lots of employment opportunities. I know as students, once we're done with school, we are all looking to get employed, right? So if you're looking to get employed, I'm sure knowing about FinTech will help you to see if you can shape your skills to be around skills that will help you get employed in the FinTech ecosystem. So now, how can I build FinTech? Well, not so fast. We can't start building FinTechs yet. Because when we say FinTechs, we actually mean a lot of things. Other FinTechs, there are lots of branches you can do that. So, branches of FinTech are not still to life, but for the sake of time, look at the few that we have around there, which we can easily relate to it. So we have FinTechs around core banking infrastructure. So these FinTechs help to switch on and switch off around banks and all of that. So we have InterSwitch. I'm sure some of us here have heard about InterSwitch, right? We also have NIBSS, Nigerian Interbank Settlement Services. So whenever you have interbank transfers, it's NIBSS that does all of that settlement between banks. We also have credit score and analytics. And for companies around Nigeria, we have Mono and we have Offer. Remember, I told us that it's possible to request a loan from a bank using a mobile app, right? So in this process now, I need to know before I give Mr. A money, what does his account statement look like? You understand? Will he be able to pay back? So we have FinTech like Mono and Offer that can enable you to go to the user's account statement and see what it looks like. So you can be able to use an algorithm to determine if you can pay back if you get certain amount of money. We also have crypto companies, which I work for. We have Bitcoin Africa. We also have Binance. Does anyone here use Binance for the crypto transaction? Also use Binance. So we have digital banks too. We have banks that don't have offices at all. We don't have offices around, like Kuda Bank. Does anyone here use Kuda Bank? So Kuda Bank has no office. Just one office for the fact that it's the bank. If you order for your ATM card, they send it to you. Everything you want to do is online. Just need the mobile app to use the bank. And with Kuda Bank, they are not professionals. You just simply transfer. So all the money they would have used to build branches everywhere around the country, they simply use that money to make their technology better, so they can take away that cost for the users. We have general lending marketplaces. We have mobile wallets and remittances. Example, Pioneer. With Pioneer, if you're a freelancer, with Pioneer, you can collect money from the abroad. With Pioneer, you can be in Nigeria and have a US bank account. A bank account for Great Britain or Canada. Yeah. And also, we have persons that help with retail investing and secondary markets. So you can be here and actually buy stocks from US markets, right? And also buy stocks from the Nigerian market using Bamboo and Robinhood. They are all financial technology companies in different categories. So now, let's try and see how we can build something. So we will be building a simple piggy bank. Remember, when I said building, I'm simply telling us about the overview of how you can build it. So the aim of this program is just to simulate your interest. So when you go home, you can think about how this can be built and enjoy yourself to keep on working hard if the program is right and keep on pushing forward. So we'll build a simple piggy bank. We're talking about wallets. And what I want to know that this is costly and oversimplification. First of all, I can't build a FinTech by myself. I need team members in different areas, like front-end, back-end, DevOps engineers, safety observers, app engineers, and also UI UX designers. So whatever we're doing here is just an oversimplification. We're trying to just say how it will be, so that one-to-one, the parties will never be. So let's just find out the part of the plan. So things we should remember, APIs are very, very important because APIs simply refer to application programming interfaces. So, talking about application programming interfaces, they might look like things that are very, very difficult to know, but in everything we do, frankly, we are using interfaces. So, in my level of computer science, while I was an academic, I learned about different types of interfaces. I learned about CLIs, command line interface. You learn about that too. And also GUI, graphical user interface, right? So interfaces refer to ways we can communicate. So if I want to communicate with this system, I need an interface, a means of communication. So API simply refer to means of communication. If you're coding in a programming language and you want up and read up the documentation, That is simply the API because it tells you how to communicate with that programming language to make things happen. Also, if you're using your Android operating system, actually the OS has like an instruction set, which is kind of instructions to tell the machine how to play. That's also an API. Yeah. And also regulation. Anything that has to do with money, you can't just go and build it. There's a lot of regulation about money services. So you don't want to work with people's money. So there's a lot of regulation in this industry. And everything is virtual. In the world of fintechs, everything is unreal. You have mobile account numbers that are not physical. You can even have ATM that are not physical, like you can use to store. So whenever we hear everything is virtual, actually everything is virtual. So talking about APIs, the APIs we'll be using are APIs around Monify. So Monify is a payment services gateway in Nigeria that is very, very popular because it helps you to do almost everything you want to do. If you want to build a fintech today and you use Monify, it's very, very easy for you. The documentation is good, everything is good. So you can just type it down. Monify or Monify docs. And if you see the things I've settled here, you see that with Monify, you can get an account number virtually and all of that stuff. So I settled out the things that I need to look at. So these are flow for the system we'll be building. I have a flow diagram. So first things first, for our system, we need a sign-up. We must need to know our users, right? We also need KYC verification. As I said, there's a lot of verification and regulation when it comes to fintech. Because someone might actually be using your platform to phone people around, or your platform to defraud people. So there's a lot of verification. And also, we need deposits because we need to put money into our piggy bank. And also need withdrawals. And the middle of all of this is what we call wallets. Not to worry if you're confused. Usually, with everything programming and software development, first of all, you get confused. Then you start to become knowledgeable and become comfortable. So confusion is okay. If you're confused, actually you're on the right path. That's what it means you're trying to put your brain to understand it. So confusion is okay. So sign up. Once you sign up into any of these systems in our piggy bank, automatically you get the wallet and you get an account number. So let's say our piggy bank is called Polynet Piggy Bank, right? Once you sign up to our service, we automatically give you a wallet and an account number. For account number, we simply need a service like Monify that will automatically give you an account number. And also, we accept the wallet to you. When we say wallets, does anyone have any wallet here? You are going to be that you are need physical wallet. Does anyone have any physical wallet here? So physical wallets allow you to put in money and take away money and all of that. Same way for virtual wallets. And by virtual wallets here, we need database tables. So most of the wallets you see on these platforms are simply database tables that show how much you have, how much you removed, and all of that. KYC verification. So whenever you sign up to these services, the first thing you do is you link your VPN number. Because what you want to know who you are. In case there is fraud on this platform, you know who to go and apprehend. In case you're using this platform to sponsor people around, we know who to apprehend because of the VPN. And with VPN verification, we do that with APIs like Monify. Also, there are different levels of KYC. KYC means know your customer. So most times, sometimes you have account limit of 10,000 for your bank. But if it's something like your passport or that thing, they will use it for you, right? So we can actually use that to employ our users to submit their credentials for us, so we know them. So deposits. With deposits, we can do transfer deposits and add deposits. Remember that when users set up a platform, we need an account number, right? With that account number, we can do the transfer deposits. Since we have the account number, we can use our app transfer and also our bank. And also add deposits. So how it works is, most payment APIs, they give you what we call a webhook. In the webhook, once I initiate the transaction from the wallet using my card and the wallet gets money, automatically the money goes into the wallet. And mind you, fintechs don't keep money because fintechs are not banks. Only banks have the ability to keep money, except your fintech is probably a microfinance bank with a banking license. So most times, once they collect the money, they move it to the gateways like Monify. Monify will settle that money into their own bank account. Fintech don't make money. Everything I have is virtual. The money you see in your account is not actually there. It's simply money in your database and all of that. So that's for deposit. And then withdrawals. With withdrawals, you can withdraw to your bank account and you can also transfer money across the wallet or remember when I say wallet is the database that withdraw. So I don't know if this sounds interesting to you. How people can actually have money but don't have money? How people can actually have an account number just by connecting online APIs? So if this sounds interesting to you, we have different tools in the typical fintech firm. We have backend engineers, we have front-end engineers, we have mobile engineers, we have DevOps engineers, and we have UI engineers. And these are distinct tools. And most times we are hiring for front-end, backend, and all that. And most times people put out applications, we don't see people join because people don't meet the requirements. So if you're looking to be in this industry, just pick out any of these goals and you can move forward from there. So it's all done, stop your shit, but when you get down to the action, it becomes very, very good. So what do you need to do in order to get the skills you need to join the fintech industry? Pay attention in class. Pay attention in class. I know we always complain that we're learning Fortran, we're learning Togo, we're learning all of that. Two, our curriculum is outdated. But control flows are the same in every programming language. Sequence is sequence everywhere. Iteration is iteration everywhere. Conditionals are conditionals everywhere. So if you have that basic principle, depending on the language, you always get to implement it. Frankly, I think most of the open languages and knowledge I have, I learned from my Java class with Mr. Steve. So most of the open knowledge I have, I used to build systems that scale, actually from my class. So pay attention in class, very important. Practice. There's nothing more than practice. Most times you get stuck, most times you have bugs that will make you days. But try and practice. I don't know if I'm talking to anybody at the head of affairs in computer science. I want the students to have access to their labs so they can be in the labs and work like most of the time. So please talk to people around. Your lab should belong to you. You should always be your lab coding and all that. Yes, I hope that I'm listening to that. Take your IT seriously. You actually learn a lot doing your IT. Yes, you can go and register to learn something, but frankly, the best way to learn software engineering is by building. You learn by building. Because you don't learn by learning.
Are you
building.
this guy?
So if you have the IT, try and go and join the company
Tell you
that
people.
build software.
Tell
You
we
can
can.
have software with
Now you people will be senior now. Senior for
the global community. I don't know if you are aware. I can see over 200 persons here, but now some people have 30 persons. So please, software engineering is very difficult in Nigeria. People supply data. That is why you need communities. These are the ways and more you so. And also, contribute to open source. Go to GitHub, see programs you can contribute to and yeah, so I hope with all the things I've mentioned, you've been able to see how the typical fintech company works. Yes, it's all theory, but from theory, I'm sure we'll be able to do some practice. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. Based on that, because of time, let's go to the next. If you have questions, write it down. After the next program, we'll call.
No question for now, please.
Yes.
We have question. Hold on, like a man at me zero.
No question for now.
The only thing I can teach you is web like that.
Just
Two correct score, move over 1.5. Go. 4 corners, first half.
The last speaker said we should have access to our lab, which I know that we do have access to our lab. True or false?
Autocraft, beat the DJ.
Autocraft is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, I want to bring to the stage. TJ, are you ready for autograph?
Wow.
TJ, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, rapping from Malta, rapping from east of the Niger. I want to make you on stage, your one and only, the soul of the soul. One time I want to win artists just to entertain you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready, put your hands together for
1, 2, 3. Shake that thing on your back. Better than beat your ass. I'm gonna love you the best. I'm gonna hold you no stress. And yeah, what you love from that. Boom up down like that. Don't mind that like this. I wanna have a taste of this. Better than what you have on your back. Shake that booty on the back. We can do it all night. All night. Put that thing on you. That's why I want you. Take anything you see. I put that thing on you. One, two, three. Yeah, I love you, Dad. I love you. 1, 2. Okay, now. Step. All right. 1, 2, 3. Ever so I'm good. Ever so I'm good. Getting us in the sun, good. Anyone else, you can go. Anyone else, you can go. If I don't get up, 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, stay. Can I wait just oh, yeah, stay. Are you ready? We're gonna say, you know, I want you now. And what means you die? I means you die. And I want you now. 1, 2, 3, let's go. I'm gonna say, let's say, let's say, I'm going to dream. Let's say, I'm sure say, I'm going to be. People let's say, you know, I see.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know that this young man did well with your hands together for us. We teach you for perfect. Teach you for perfect. Eh? Which programmers?
I'm okay, but we can't do it. What should we buy? One more last speaker, according to them. We believe the guy you wake up and say, what is this one? I'm going to be with the mind doing a lot here.
The next 20 minutes will be running up from there. I want to call the next speaker. Please, before I invite the next speaker, I want to also do the announcement again. The ND1 students, prepare yourself for your quiz tomorrow. The Programmer City CEO quiz for you guys tomorrow. So prepare while coming. You have a cash prize of 5,000 there and a free 5 training for any course, any programming course you want to learn in Prosity. So prepare yourself very well. Then for the exhibition, I said you should submit your software or anything you want to exhibit tomorrow to the vice president. Then I call our next speaker in the person of Sir Omega.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the most handsome lecturer in Federal Polytechnic, Mr. Omega. The most handsome lecturer.
Oh, yeah, man.
The most handsome lecturer.
the most handsome lecturer. Stand up and celebrate him. Stand up and celebrate him. He is handsome. He is handsome. He is handsome. Stand up and celebrate him. He is handsome. DJ. Please, for your information, he is a married man. Thank you. You can go ahead, sir. Thank God we are not teaching the finance. Okay, good evening, students of Computer Science, Federal Polytechnic, Decade, National Association of Computing Students now. What I have that the nomenclature has been, I was thinking of something. Is this other department here, computer engineering, they are here too. Wow, we are growing. It means that everything under the umbrella of IT will join us soon. That is good. Okay. Well, I'm here to present the topic. I'm here to do a presentation on the Internet of Things. Actually, before I came in here, okay, it is here. PA, BAM, okay. Marketing, that is good. Before I came down here, I prepared my slide and sent it in, and my slide arrived here for me. Actually, this wouldn't have been possible. It wouldn't have been achievable. Let me say 10 to 15 years ago. Not that the technology was not available yet, but because of the penetration, the internet penetration there was very good. So, in terms of things, I will take. Let's go. The next slide. That is it. This is that slide. That is it. The Internet of Things. We are talking about the connected space. Now, before I move into Internet of Things, I would like to refresh our memories on what the Internet is. Actually, most of the times you see people say, I want to visit the Internet. I want to browse the Internet. No. Internet is not a place.
Hey, you guys.
Internet is a global system of interconnected computer network.
You said that.
Internet protocol system. Communicate between networks and what? Devices. Simply meaning that these are connections of computers.
I thought you went for
computers. Global system. Networks, academic, business, government networks, from what? A local to what? Everything connected. How do you get on the internet?
Oh, that's good, yeah.
You have to get on the internet through what?
No, I think that's what this people inside
into the internet highway. Take you into the internet.
Some people don't know now. Some did not come at all.
The internet. It is a connection. Then the internet has services. One of the services is what we are using here today. What is it called? What is it called? What?
Thank you.
No. What is it called? What is it? What is Zoom? Online what? Video conferencing, right? Yes. Video conferencing or video over internet protocol. Just like we have voice over internet protocol. Video streaming, where we are able to communicate with people who are not inside this arena.
You're able to see them and they're able to do what?
Okay, you don't have a student.
Just because.
You can just write anybody.
This communication. This
I
internet
don't have anybody.
the internet age began
Let me just
in 1960. That is in the mid-60s. When some European computer specialists tried to see how they could make computers communicate over the length of, let me say, over a space, over a space. So when they started research, they came up with
what are you telling me? It's 5.
computers were
Computer science is always like 5.
We are together in the same room. Since you see that the internet is what? The connection of what? Billions of computing devices across the globe. So, what is the Internet of Things? That means us to know what is the Internet of
I can finish by
IoT. IoT as a name refers to the ever-growing network of physical objects that future and IP address for internet connectivity. Communication that occurs between
although, just like you said now, there was a time they asked them. Somebody asked them, are you?
IoT ecosystem
oh no. Are you?
So it simply means that it is not only the computer system that is what connected this time around. Yeah? Now, other devices that we have, other things. In fact, the term was brought out to mean the Internet of everything, meaning that the Internet now encompasses what? Every physical thing connected together and addressable and reachable. So you can go to the next slide, you will see some other definitions. If you read through, you will see several definitions, one from Wikipedia, the other one from the Center for Data Innovation, and then have 2 others. Still talking about the same thing. The first one, they say the Internet of Things, also called the Internet of Objects, refers to the wireless networks between objects, usually the networks will be wireless and self-configuring, such as household appliances. The next one here is that the Internet of Things refers to the concept that the Internet is no longer just a global network of people communicating with one another using computers. Rather, it is a platform for devices to communicate electronically with the world around them. The third term there is that the Internet of Things has come to describe a number of technologies and research disciplines that enable the Internet to reach out into the real world of physical objects. The Internet was reaching out to the real world of physical objects. It only stopped with what? Computers and what? Computing devices, mobile devices. But now other things can join the Internet. Things such as what? Such as cars, such as household appliances, your electronics, your television, fridges, whatever you have as an appliance within your household can now be connected to the Internet, can also be addressable. Is that clear? So the last one there says things having identities and virtual personalities operating in the smart space using intelligent interfaces to connect and communicate within social, environmental, and user contexts. That's the Internet of Things. Now, how does the Internet of Things work? Usually, how does the Internet work? The Internet is a connection of what? Billions of what? Computers. Using different types of what? Communication technologies. You can link up using your wireless communication technology and using the wired communication technology, such as what? Ethernet. You can link up using the WAN technologies. You can link up using all the technologies that fall under the internet. So the internet works by breaking down data or breaking down any resource that needs to be shared, sending them bit by bit across, and then reassembling them at the other end to do what? Complete the data. That is what we call packet switching, isn't it? Data is sent out from a particular source, and then it takes several routes. What are these routes? There are equipments between you, the sender, and the receiver at the other end. What are those equipments? We have things like routers, we have gateways, we have switches, right? Yes. We have a lot of communication devices between you and wherever it's going to. We have so many servers that do their jobs in between. So how does the internet of things? Look at how it works. Number one, IoT ecosystem consists of web-enabled smart devices that use embedded systems. It means that naturally, these devices are not able to do what? Go to the internet on their own. So they must have support embedded devices in them. Embedded computers, miniaturized computers, embedded in them that will do what? Enable them to do what? Join the internet and communicate. So an IoT ecosystem consists of web-enabled smart devices that use embedded systems such as microprocessors, microcontrollers, sensors, and communication networks to collect and act on data they acquire from environment. Then secondly, the IoT device share the sensor data they collect by connecting to an IoT gateway or other edge devices where data is either sent to the cloud to be analyzed or analyzed locally. When we talk about edge devices, what comes to your mind? What comes to your mind? They are nothing else other than your communication devices, edge devices, your routers, your gateways mentioned in the switch. So let it not be a new term to you, is that? All right, so now sometimes these devices communicate with each other these devices communicate with other related devices and act on the information they get from one another. That means that it doesn't end in sending it across it. Some of the times the devices on their own can do what? Communicate. They can do what we call what? Machine to machine communication. A device can talk to another device, get information, reply the device. Now, the devices do most of the work without human interaction. Although people can interact with these devices, for instance, to set them up and give them instructions. Then the connectivity, networking, and communication protocols used with these web-enabled devices largely depend on the specific IoT applications. Now, before Internet of Things, or before the Internet of Things is deployed, there must be enabling technologies. There must be technologies that are underlying, sitting down, waiting to be deployed. When they are deployed, then what happens next? The Internet of Things. What are these technologies? Number one, the sensor and nanotechnology. Of more importance, the sensor technology. That is the most basic technology.
Right on, sir.
Central to the functionality and utility
Right
of
on, sir.
things are sensors embedded in smart objects. Example, this room can be fit with a temperature sensor that senses the temperature of the room at any given time. When it does that, it sends out the data on the internet to a remote server. The server collects the information, does the analysis, and then probably sends it back to the room or keeps it there When it's sending it back, it can now use the information that it has gotten to do what? Adjust the room temperature. If you have more persons coming into the room and the room is becoming hot, it does this sensing, sense the data, analyzes it, and what it does is it will send back a command, lower what? The temperature of the air conditioning system, or increase the fans. You understand what is happening? So this is how the sensors work. Then nanotechnology is actually a type of technology that has come in place to make sure that things that we find are now miniaturized. Computing devices are now brought down to the barest minimum. You see, if you read the second line there, it says more specific. Go to the next slide, please. It says more specifically, technological improvements created microscopic scale sensors, leading to the use of technologies like the micro electromechanical systems. These meant that sensors were now small enough to be embedded into unique places like our clothing. So you could even have sensors attached to what? Your clothes. As small as they are, they won't be as large as nobody will see what woven into the fabric of what? Your clothes. Sensors that you can carry about. The next is communication. Next is the next enabling technology is communication and addressing. Now, with respect to sending and receiving data, wired and wireless communication technologies have also improved such that nearly every type of electronic equipment can provide data connectivity. This has allowed the ever-shrinking sensors embedded in smart objects to send and receive data over the cloud for collection, storage, and eventual analysis. Now, some technologies that allow IoT sensors to relay data include the wireless and wire technologies, such as the RFID, that's the radio frequency identification, the NFC, that's near field communication, right? And Wi-Fi, Bluetooth low energy, ZigBee and XBee, Z-Wave, wireless sensor networks, and Ethernet. Now, these are technologies that have been developed so that IoT can function properly, such as the technology there, wireless sensor network, makes it possible for sensors on their own to relay information, communicate on their own, without even sending to any other device or any other thing that. Now, the next one is the Internet Protocol version 6. If you look at the Internet Protocol, you see that the version 4 is restricted because that's what? Limited address spaces, right? Now, the development of the IP version 6 has made it very possible for Internet of Things to work properly. Why? Because IP version 6 provides for any devices to have multiple addresses and even more distributed routing mechanism. It offers a more scalable address system that can accommodate the ever-growing number of devices. If we look at it, the number of devices that were on the internet in 2010 and the number of the devices we have today in 2021, they are not the same. We have over 50 devices joining the internet since 2010. And the concept of Internet of Things started not quite long ago, sometime in 2006. And it's still a very young technology. It has not been fully utilized. It is still struggling with standards. because everybody is trying to delve in, everybody is trying to do something. Everybody across the globe is trying to do something on the Internet of Things. So there are no serious standards now until when those then unification comes in. The next one here are the microcontroller systems. So a microcontroller is a small computer on a single integrated circuit chip containing a processor for memory and programmable input. Why is the microprocessor, microcontroller system, an enabling device? It is because when the sensors pick up from the environment, there needs to be a processor, there needs to be some memory, there needs to be some interface between the environment and what? The processing of the device. So when these sensors pick up from the environment, there needs to be some processing. And the microcontroller systems achieve this, they do this. And we have a lot of platforms, but I just listed 3 that are very, very popular. We have the Arduino, we have the Raspberry Pi, we have the ARM embedded. They are all microcontroller or microcontroller systems that are used for IoT applications. You can actually program these boards to do what you want to do on the Internet of Things. The next one there is the cloud computing. Cloud computing is an enabling device, enabling technology. Why? Because traditionally, before, you will need to have a system with all the software, with all the resources installed in it before you achieve what you want. But today, we have cloud computing referring to being able to access computing resources via the Internet and having all the resources just like you have in your local system. Then it's 3 major service models, which is software as service, platform as service, and infrastructure as service, are important to IoT because they allow any user with a browser and an internet-enabled connection to transform a smart object data into actionable intelligence. Looking at this, we see that already there are some companies who have ventured into the cloud computing area of Internet of Things. We see the Amazon Web Services, we see Microsoft Azure, Google Preloads, IBM Watson, Cisco Kinetic, Huawei Cloud. What do? They provide an interface. Having these smart objects at home in our working environment. These clouds provide the environment where you can do what? Simply log in and do what? Connect and then do your what? Controls. Instead of having the hardware, the software within you or within your system or within reach, you can now do it what? On the Internet. The next one is what? Big data. Big data is another enabling technology. Why? Looking at Internet of Things. Say, for example, the second, an oil well is equipped with 20 to 30 sensors that can generate 500,000 data points every 15 seconds. A jetliner with 6,000 sensors generates 2.5 terabytes of data per day. And more than 6 million smart utility meters installed in the US generate more than 1 billion data points each day. It means that the more this data is generated, it needs big data to do what? handle the data that is being generated daily. So big data is another enabling technology for the Internet of Things. Then the next one there is the concept of the digital twin. The concept of the digital twin. The digital twin actually, the digital twin says another consequence of the growing and evolving IoT is the concept of the digital twin. The concept refers to a digital copy of a physical asset that lives and evolves in a virtual environment over the physical asset's lifetime. It means modeling exactly the virtual type of what? The physical what? Asset. And keeping it. It will keep on growing as the physical world is what? Growing. Whatever you have here is represented what? Virtually. That is the concept of the digital twin. So why is Internet of Things important? The Internet of Things is important because, number one, it helps people to live and work smarter. It actually enables companies to automate processes and reduce labor costs. Also, IoT is one of the most important technologies of everyday life, and it will continue to pick up steam as more businesses realize the potential of connected devices to keep them competitive. So let's look at the applications of IoT, which is of more importance to you. You have smart homes, you have wearables, you have smart hospitality, we have smart grids and cities, we have industrial IoTs in manufacturing industries and trading industries, etc. We have smart transportation, connected us, we have connected health, we have smart logistics and supply chain, smart agriculture, environmental monitoring and maintenance management. Now, let me just take smart homes and explain to you a little. Smart homes. Do you know that it's possible for your fridge to report to you, send you a mail that your stock is going down? You know it's possible. Huh? It's possible. How? The Internet of Things. Because your fridge could be connected to the internet. Your fridge is not a regular computing device. It is what? Not a regular computing device. It's just an appliance within what? Your household. Your fridge can be embedded with what? Sensors that can tell when the stock within it is what? Getting what? Look. So whenever it's running out, if you send me a mail, we are running out of stock, please restore. And you do what? Restore immediately. Is that clear? Then another thing is the lighting system, like I explained before, the air conditioning system of the house. You can have temperature sensors that will sense when it's getting cold and reduce what? First of all, send reports that it is getting cold. Then, when it sends the reports, the server will do what? Return and instruct it to do what? Increase the temperature of the room. And it increases the temperature of the room. We have lights that you can turn on and turn off remotely from any part of the home. These are all what? Smart home applications of what? The Internet of Things. So what are the benefits of the Internet of Things? So some of the common benefits are monitor the overall business process, improve customer experience, save time and money, enhance employee productivity, integrate and adapt business models, make better business decisions, and generate more revenue. And the Internet of Things encourages companies to rethink the ways they approach their business and give them the tools to improve business strategy. Now, what are the advantages and the disadvantages of this Internet? Because everything comes with disadvantages. Now, some of the advantages are the ability to access information from any time on any device. Any device, any physical device, you can get any information you want about it. Then we have improved communication between electronic devices. It means that devices can talk to themselves. Then we have automating tasks and helping to improve the quality of a business and reducing the need for human intervention. These are the advantages. So what are the disadvantages? As the number of tech devices increase, the more information is shared between devices, the potential that a hacker would steal confidentiality of this. So it means that once a hacker gets hold of any information, he can use it to infiltrate the others. Now, enterprises might actually have to deal with massive number or even millions of IoT devices. Collecting and managing the data from all devices will be challenging. That is why I said there are no standard, there are no proper standards yet. The standards are being built, kept in place. So there are a lot of issues in IoT at this stage. So if there is a bug in the system, it is likely that every connected device will be corrupt. And then since there is no international standard of yes, it is difficult for devices to do what? Communicate with each other. Because one vendor is producing a particular type of device or of putting devices to connect to the internet of things, and another vendor is producing another. So there needs to be some form of unification, and which are the processes that are going on presently. Thank you.
So, put your hands together, DJ Wade. Put your hands together for Mr. Omega.
Put your hands together for Mr. Omega once again. Now the interesting discussion. Let's just find out here. Like this program was planned for you. Because a lot of research areas have been discussed. So you cannot even look for a seminar. Finance, are you here?
Well, yes, sir.
You cannot look for a seminar. Yeah, research areas.
Okay, sir, pictures from that, sir.
You should be grateful to the experts for putting up this wonderful event for us. So we have had talks on cyber security, web development, Android development, and serious work on the guys from Telera, on developing and incorporating IT skills. They were not there when we were with the HOD to order. It wasn't different from what we were sharing. COVID-19 had the way we live. Life can never get back to what we do past. So IT skills, not only your IT skills is what we sell in our. And we have to do that to cultivate and cultivate those skills. Like professional certifications in your field. We have talks for UI, UX, IoT technology. A lot of them. So please, technical committee, find a way to send all the lecture presentations, all the people that speak their leaders. And with that, all right, send all the presentations of all the materials we have to emails submitted. Somebody say tomorrow. Tomorrow. Avatar. Have you seen those animations? Yes. Come here tomorrow, we have a professional guy going to show you practically how those things were done. How many people show? Are you seeing that? Where are you there? Are you here? Tomorrow is very important. Today is talk. Abi? Yes. Tomorrow is practical. Come here with your system. Yeah, the internet connection that did not work today will work tomorrow. So tomorrow we are looking at so that those who need software to be installed in their system will have for that job. By 9 a.m. our facilitators will be here and we will start today. There's no time to wait. So make sure you are here to know. If you tell anybody that has not subscribed, not here, not to know.
C'est un NACOS.
All the parties that are not here, can I get? So I think some program. Are you hearing me? At the end of this
but nominals which I mentioned next
so I'm inside.
you're putting
of the Father, in Jesus' name, in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, King of glory, ancient of all things, the miracle working God, we thank you for the gift of life and health. We thank you for everything you have done for us, knowingly and unknowingly, seen and unseen. Father, we thank you for this wonderful program, which has come to end for the day one. Father, I pray to you at this point in time, may you guide each and every one of us who are heading home right now. My God, my Father, any plan or any plot of the devil against their lives, oh Lord, may you protect them in the mighty name of Jesus. But also give them the zeal to come out here tomorrow, and we shall keep learning in the mighty name of Jesus, Lord. Pray. In the name of the Father, our national anthem declares for one to go. Tomorrow I'm doing